Озвучено Dub Club при поддержке энтузиастов.
Good morning, test subject. You have been in suspension for 72 days. The Aperture Science Computer-Aided Enrichment Center congratulates you on your 36-year sleep anniversary. You have been selected as a potential candidate for our Human Emergency Response Team. Please review the agreement provided on the nearby monitor.
Welcome to Portal Revolution. My name is Stefan Heinz, and I'm the creator and lead developer of this mod. I've been working on this for almost 8 years, so I'm excited to finally share this behind-the-scenes developer commentary with you. I hope you had a chance to play Portal Revolution before jumping straight into developer commentary, as it will obviously contain spoilers. If you're ever having trouble hearing or understanding us, you can enable subtitles in the audio options. Now sit back, have fun, and thank you for playing my first game, Portal Revolution. Starting a Portal 2 mod can be quite challenging. We want it to be unique, but also not too out there so that players wouldn't recognize it as Portal. Early iterations featured a test chamber vault just like in Portal 1, but we felt this was too derivative. The container ride we ended up with is very reminiscent of Portal 2, but has a few twists. In Portal 2, the ride is highly dynamic and epic, whereas here it is rather uneventful and more subtle in its world building. We wanted to show the player the state of our world right off the bat. The slow ride in a dimly lit Aperture facility shows the way in a low power environment that is still largely functional. The facility still operates as intended, just another human being dragged out of the cold storage vault and sent to the test chambers to die.
To be accepted into the Human Emergency Response Team, you will now participate in an advanced difficulty testing track where your problem-solving skills, athleticism, and response to increasingly hazardous conditions will be evaluated. Please press the button to accept the terms. Thank you for volunteering. The door will open in 3, 2, 1.
Most of our custom in-game videos were created entirely in the free software Blender, which we also used for all of our 3D assets as well as some textures. As modders, we like Blender not only because it's free, but also because of the awesome community surrounding it. Source Engine uses custom file formats for its models and materials, which can be tricky and cumbersome to deal with. There are plenty of Blender add-ons available, all made by other modders, which make it trivially easy to import and export Source Engine formats. We also created our own Blender tools, like to create pre-rendered physics simulations and achievement icons. The Swiss Army knife of a program came in so handy in so many times. Thank you, Blender Foundation, you're awesome. Early playtesters often reported that they didn't know why they were solving test chambers. We thought in a Portal mod it would be obvious why you're solving puzzles, but the lack of a goal was still an issue. In the original Portal, players don't really have a goal spelled out to them either, but the mystery surrounding Aperture and ladders is itself enough of a motivator. Players naturally ask, who is this robot voice? Why are all the observation rooms empty? What am I testing for? That worked for Portal, but not so much for a mod. This is where the Human Emergency Response Team comes into play. It is presented as some sort of elite crew of highly skilled test subjects, which the player tries to join through solving difficult and dangerous puzzles. This immediately proves successful. It's a vague goal and eventually turns out to be a lie anyway, but it keeps players engaged enough for the first chapter until the real mission begins. Earlier versions of the mod would have the player wander through average modern test chambers until they finally got the first impressive vista in the Overgrown chapter. First impressions matter, so I added this big and open vista right at the beginning. It also serves as another reminder of the facility's dead state, and it's a nice breath of fresh air after the small and stuffy motel room. One of the greatest game-changing moments we experienced during development happened when we received the source code for Portal 2 from Valve in 2020. Modding Portal 2 without source code is very limiting. The engine still lets you do a lot of stuff, but you can only go so far. Getting the source code was a long-winded process. There is no clear-cut strategy documented anywhere. It took us over a year of constant back and forth until we finally got it. Despite how long it took, we're still incredibly thankful to Valve. Getting the source code turned the mod on its head and opened up countless new possibilities. We'll go into more detail throughout the mod, but up front I can say that this mod wouldn't be the same if we had to use the standard Portal 2 engine. This will come up again and again, so I want to clear up the organizational structure of Stratosaurus to clear up any confusion. Two other modders and I originally got source code for Portal 2, CSGO and a bunch of other Valve games back in 2020 to develop a mod called Portal 2 Community Edition, which is still in development and intended to be an improved base for Portal 2 mods. I worked on Revolution and P2C side by side, intending to use the P2C engine for my own Revolution mod. Later we were joined by Momentum mod and founded what is now known as Stratosaurus, a shared engine branch used by P2C, Momentum and Revolution. We all use the same engine and can share features, but also all make our own custom tweaks to each game. Collaboration is at the heart of Strata and allows smaller mods like Revolution, which don't have a lot of programmers on its team, to inherit features shared by other mods. For example, our DirectX 11 port and some graphical features like parallax threaded cube maps originated largely in Momentum and have been added to the base engine so we can benefit from all that work as well. Other features like improved level loading speed have been contributed by P2C developers. And some of the features we added to Revolution are now also available in P2C and Momentum. So if you're ever confused about what Strata and P2C are, it's just a shared code base that allows modders to share a common engine. This first, or rather zeroth test chamber, is completely stupid. There are no test elements and it's totally useless. If you paid attention, you just went down some stairs and got up on an elevator. Now you will walk up more stairs, walk down stairs, until you finally reach an elevator that takes you up anyway. Tons of up and down, none of it has any purpose. Players asked why this room is here, probably expecting some exciting reason, but reality is often disappointing. I just thought it was funny.
Test subjects may experience symptoms of mental defects after long-term chemically induced hibernation. You will now participate in a brain damage evaluation survey to determine just how damaged your brain is. If you believe your brain is sufficiently operational, press the button in front of you and continue the test.
The Brain Damage Analysis Survey was originally added as a sort of parody to older Portal 1 mods that reteach trivial mechanics like walking and pressing buttons. Well, it turns out that training wasn't trivial. On more than one occasion did I see playtesters attempt to use the left mouse button to push buttons in the game. Controls aren't universal in games, so this button was added to reintroduce players to the basics. Later we added another button, much earlier, to sign the long Aperture contract, but we still kept this room around.
Very good. Please walk through the portal and continue testing. Your self-reported status is more than sufficient for testing.
I wrote a much longer piece of nagging dialogue for when the player refuses to press the button. It was used as a demo script for voice actor auditions. We auditioned close to 100 people for both roles. We found the voice for Sterling very quickly. When I heard Will's audition, I just knew he was the right one. He didn't just sound like a regular boring person like me, his voice is expressive with so much character. The role of Connolly took much longer to fill. Most of the 100 auditions went towards the female character, but I will save that story for when we meet her.
Hi, this is Will Neal. I'm the voice actor for Sterling. Very excited to be here today in my booth. To give you a little bit of backstory, I joined Revolution back in 2021, I think. I auditioned for a character that at the time was named Pete. I saw Stefan's pitch for the project and I loved it. It was just very clear from my first conversations with the team that they knew what they were doing. They had the drive and the skill to actually bring this thing to life. And better yet, they really understood this franchise. They understood Portal on such a deep, fundamental level that I was confident they could make something that didn't feel like an imitation, but felt like it could be a part of this world. And I think that totally turned out to be true. So now, I, along with Sarah, get to talk to you about the voice acting side of things and discuss this very manic little guy. Isn't it exciting?
We expect players to have completed the 2 base games, but still decided to add some basic training at the very beginning. Portal 2 is already over 10 years old by now, so it's safe to assume that many players will be a bit rusty in the beginning. We kept these basic introductions as short and fast as possible so experienced players aren't held up too much, while new players have some time to re-familiarize themselves with the mechanics.
Hello, my name is Jared Pula, and I created music for Portal Revolution. This is one of the first few chambers I did music for, and this specific track became a leitmotif referenced in a few later tracks, most notably the final chamber of Chapter 1, which features a variation of this exact track, and the final boss music.
Be advised that noticeable damage to eyesight is not part of any test protocols, but is an unintended side effect of the Aperture Science Material Emancipation Grill, which in semi-rare cases may emancipate some of the light-sensing rods and cones inside your head.
The design of this portal gun room is similar to the one in the original Portal, but in addition, it includes all of the training done in the subsequent chamber. Players need to use the orange portal as an exit and as an entrance at least 2 times, which helps to break players' habits of treating the static orange portal as only an exit. We wanted to redo all these basic trainings for reasons explained before, but subtly introduced it in the same space to not drag it out.
You are now in possession of the Aperture Science handheld portal device. As a candidate for the Human Emergency Response Team, you are expected to adapt to all dangerous situations, and as such, will not be informed about the device's safety hazards.
Hi there, my name is Dustin Oakley. I was one of the mappers for Portal Revolution, and I joined the project back in 2020. This vista was added to include more visual interest to the beginning of the game. For this particularly grand section with the open-styled elevator shaft, I added a vac tube that partially wraps around the departure elevator. So even though the facility is dead, it still feels like that Aperture players love, with all its inefficiencies.
Your performance in the next test chamber will be timed to measure puzzle solving and execution speed during extreme wind and weather conditions. In the rare case that wind and weather conditions appear to be ordinary, please stay idle in the entrance foyer until the desired conditions are met.
So this whole introduction segment is technically our introduction to Sterling, kind of. He's like Santa Claus right now. We can't see him, but he is watching us and judging us critically. I also want to mention the announcer voice. This is not me pretending to be an announcer. This is me pretending to be Sterling, pretending to be an announcer. My announcer voice is, great. It's very refined and subtle. This is what Sterling thinks an announcer is supposed to sound like. It's a little bombastic, but you know what? He's trying his best.
This chamber is designed to resemble Chamber 9 from the original Portal, which we call the Impossible Chamber. While the layout is largely identical, the iconic hole above the fizzler is missing. As a consequence, players need to find an alternative solution and have to learn that pre-placed portals do not get destroyed when they walk through a fizzler. This solution in fact already works in the original chamber. We like putting new twists on concept from the base game. It's an effective way to get players to think about familiar mechanics in a new way and helps them to think outside the box. It also neatly summarizes Portalrevolution's general design philosophy. It's familiar, but slightly different, and lets you realize things about the base game that have been there all along.
Detailing the large sections of Aperture's behind-the-scenes vistas takes a lot of time, and more often than not, making completely unique and original details isn't worth the effort. So in order to speed up the development process, and save our sanity, we created decoration instances, which are little submaps you can copy and paste around your map to help speed up these repetitive detailing tasks. Sometimes the same instance could be used multiple times next to each other, and simply rotating it to show a different side helped make that less obvious.
Portal 1 and 2 both start by giving the player a blue-only portal gun. It's only ever used as an introduction, and the puzzles never become difficult. We call these monoportal puzzles. Other mods, like Blue Portals, already explored monoportals, but no major Portal 2 mod ever did. We saw and took this opportunity to spend a lot more time with monoportals. The main difference with them, besides the inability to remove the orange portal, is that the orange portal never gets destroyed when you walk through a fizzler. This makes fizzlers way more interesting and powerful, since it now acts as only a partial boundary. We needed to teach and reinforce this behavior as early as possible, which is what this map is built to do.
Stop! Congratulations, test subject number 1. You have set the world record for this exercise, and now officially hold first and last place on the leaderboard.
This line about a timed chamber is a nod to the speedrunning community. Portal speedruns are crazy and fascinating, turning the game into a puzzle on top of the actual puzzles. The line at the end reveals that you're the first human to run through Sterling's testing track, integrating subtle exposition into a speedrunning community tribute.
Okay, what do we have here? The next test may contain concentrated amounts of electromagnetic radiation that may be harmful to the retinas of some humans. The Enrichment Center recommends to solve this test with closed eyes, as health insurance will not be provided for this specific exercise. In case the light-sensing rods and cones of your eyes have previously been emancipated by an emancipation grill, feel free to ignore the prior warning.
I wanted the laser catchers to sound like random machines that just so happen to be kind of melodic. Like when you notice a washing machine or a radiator kind of has a nice beat as it's doing its thing. The repetitive beeping noise is to instill the idea that they are just machines trying to carry out their designated function.
This surface is totally just a red herring. We usually don't like putting these in the chambers, as they're a rather inelegant method of adding difficulty to a puzzle, but just making it more confusing. However, since this chamber is rather small, it was surprisingly effective. Players would line up the laser to pass straight through the wall, feel smart, and then dumb again as their portal gets fizzled. In a larger puzzle with more moving parts, something like this could be really frustrating, but we found this one to be more on the comedic side. It also further reinforces that players need to think outside of the box. Portal 2 features the iconic blue fizzlers, but also red laser death fields. These look visually very different from fizzlers and have completely different properties. Laser death fields have no effect on cubes or portal projectiles and only kill the player. The mapping community has invented their own red fizzler variant, which we call the Death Fizzler. It combines the properties of both fields, destroying physics objects, blocking portals, and also killing the player. The visual look we have in Portal Revolution conveys this idea pretty clearly. However, another popular Portal 2 mod took the visual design of Death Fizzlers and applied it to their laser death fields. There it looks like a fizzler, but doesn't behave like one at all and has confused mod players ever since. We designed this chamber to show players that our Death Fizzler behaves properly.
I think this might have been the first chamber where I did some dynamic music stuff. The laser catcher, and main track are the same BPM and will all sync up if they're all playing at once.
You have completed the test. If you have not done so already, you are permitted to open your eyes.
There used to be 2 more chambers before the elevator, which featured a blue laser variant. It behaved just like the red laser, but receivers would be color-coded to only accept one type of laser. When this feature was added to the P2C engine, we experimented with a lot of different applications, but the mechanic just wasn't fun. Lasers in general are hard to make fun puzzles with, and with more colors, the puzzles just turned into micromanagement nightmares, with indicator spaghetti lines going all over the place. We even designed different musical motifs for the different laser colors. Red lasers beep deep and slow, while blue lasers are quick and cheery. As much fun as the music was, the blue laser just didn't fit into the mod and was cut rather quickly. You can still find the music in our standalone soundtrack.
Before starting with the next test chamber, we would like to remind you that, so far, no experiment has yet unproven whether or not weighted storage cubes are not incapable of not feeling pain when being emancipated.
This isn't really critical information here. I would just like to point out that I read this line about weighted storage cubes so many times. It is forever ingrained in my head and occasionally haunts my dreams. I like to think that I got it right on the first take and Stefan just wanted to torture me that day. And the worst part about it is I still don't know what the line means.
source engine loads all level data into memory at once and requires loading screens to transition to the next level. So a question you will eventually have to answer is when to place a loading screen. Portal 2 maps are typically very short, often featuring only one test chamber per map. This is no problem for large chambers that take time to solve, but Portal 2 is sometimes criticized for having very frequent loading screens. If you increase the size of each map, you end up with less loading screens, but each one will take longer and the game will use up more memory. Rather than splitting maps according to file size or entity count, we use them as pace breaks. This map includes 4 small test chambers that all build on each other. Bundling them together also allows us to connect the chambers in more interesting ways. Here they all share the same space and can be visited through the observation rooms at the end. Loading screens are often hated, but we found they work well as natural points for players to take a break or stop playing. In Portal 2, there is a central config file that lists all the data displayed on every chamber sign in the game. This offers developers a good overview of all the chamber signs, but it comes with the limitation that every map can only have one sign. In Portal Revolution, we wanted to put multiple chambers into a map. Having access to the source code, we were able to create a custom chamber sign entity that allows mappers to configure all this data directly.
Well done, candidate. You have successfully solved 5 test chambers. To ensure a high quality of human resources, the following test chambers may include elements of danger. Extra caution is advised. Good luck.
You just got teleported from an unlit version of this room to a lit one. Source doesn't like dynamic lights very much, and it's often easy to just clone the entire space. This teleport was added late in development, when we were going over Act 1 to add some life. The interconnected nature of this space didn't make that easy, which is why you actually got teleported twice. The copy in the interconnected space is always the lit version, with the unlit version off to the side. Inside the door is a world portal that gets you to the unlit copy before teleporting you back to where you should have been just a few seconds later. Portal's engine makes it really fun to think with portals to solve design problems. This is the first map where we prototyped this dimly lit lighting style for Chapter 1. These chambers used to be lit just like Portal 2's, with bright and cold lights. We felt like the standard lighting didn't sell the dead aperture theme we wanted to convey. We call this style After Hours. It's supposed to resemble that feeling of being the last person to sweep the floors in the office after everyone has gone home. Also sort of mirrors the new job you will receive at the end of the chapter. Creating this look took some tweaking to balance visibility for gameplay with aesthetics.
I made all the cube music with the expectation that it would only play as they were soaring through the air, but in-game that's not the case. They continue to do their intense bleeps and bloops even after they reach solid ground, which is a little cute, I guess, and gives them some personality.
For After Hours, almost all of the observation rooms are dark, which gives a lonely and eerie feeling. Problem is that they're primary light source in puzzles, so we need to find alternatives. Light strips work well, but we try to add some variation for interest. We like to use electrical equipment in the behind the scenes areas as light sources. They can also be used to add a nice splash of color, which the normal test chamber lights aren't suitable for.
On behalf of the Enrichment Center, I wish to apologize about the current state of our testing facility. Due to technical difficulties, we are unable to provide an experience of suitable quality at this time.
The glass touch achievement came about after we added the sign here, which was just decoration at the time. Playtesters always love to touch it as soon and as often as possible. Whenever we see players do stuff like that, it's a great candidate for an achievement, so we found some more spots to put the glass, which get more difficult and obscure to touch every time. They're always easy to see, the question is how to touch it. We also wanted to add a reaction line from Sterling, but didn't find the time to record it. Source uses cube maps to simulate reflections, but they always had one massive flaw. They appeared to move with the player's camera. Strata added support for parallax correction on cube maps, which allows mappers to define a boxy shape for a cube map to stick to. When configured properly, their reflections can look pretty realistic, as can be seen on these light strips. As you move around, the reflection continues to look accurate. We updated a lot of Portal 2 materials to make use of proper cube maps, since many seem to always reflect a solid white texture, presumably to conserve VRAM. Getting this to look right in all lighting environments proved difficult and didn't turn out exactly how we hoped, but here it looks pretty good.
Not bad. As a consequence of semi-recent events, some aerial faithplates could be misconfigured and launch objects into arbitrary directions. Be careful. Well, that's definitely wrong. Give me a second. There. Try that. Good. That faithplate is now properly calibrated. So that's why there are holes in the ceiling.
From the beginning, this entire chamber was built around this jump through the ceiling. I wanted to make an introduction chamber for faith plates, but needed something to make it unique. Faith plates are a fairly straightforward test element and don't need a lot of training. They're great tools for subverting expectations though, and we were able to use them to further re-emphasize that the facility is slowly starting to fall apart. In this chamber, the player needs to use the floor-mounted portal spawner to preserve momentum for flinging, which I call a buffered fling. These flings, or variations of them, come up again and again in the mod, so we introduce them early on in conjunction with the faithplate. Getting momentum isn't the hard part. The puzzle is about preserving that momentum, to get yourself or a physics object to where you need it.
Well done. From now on, all aerial faithplates should be configured correctly. I promise. Well done, candidate. You are nearing the final test chamber. Solving this last chamber and completing the testing track will grant you membership into the Aperture Science Human Emergency Response Team.
These two final chambers were meant to be much harder than the previous ones, but still interesting and fair. Difficulty can be added to test chambers quite easily by adding multiple win conditions. The floor button in this chamber could be removed while keeping the rest of the puzzle intact. Its only purpose is to extend the puzzle, as players now have to solve the bottom section twice. Cube swapping and respawning are also common ways of adding difficulty to a puzzle, but they can often feel forced or cheap, so we try not to overdo them. As a reminder, your Aperture Science provided health insurance does not cover injury or fatality from immolation from the Aperture Science hard light bridge. Rest assured that unlike your fragile human tissue, all Aperture Science equipment has been built to withstand temperatures of up to 4,000 degrees Kelvin. Little changes in level layout can make quite a difference in how the world feels. This foyer could have been built without glass, but they never pass on a chance to connect multiple areas together. Seeing where you will go or have already been is a powerful tool that makes the world feel just that little bit more open and interconnected. The game isn't just a series of corridors, but a cohesive, connected place. Source Engine doesn't really have proper dynamic lighting. Most lighting is pre-baked into light maps and cannot change while you play. However, Source does let you make multiple light map pages by using named lights. We use this to cast actual light from the light bridge and static portal spawners. This lighting is still pre-computed and can't change. The map compiler pre-computes all permutations of the light's on and off state and interpolates between them to create a fade effect. It's fun to see people blown away that this is possible in Source, well this has been a feature since Half-Life 1 or possibly even Quake. Source engine doesn't really have proper dynamic lighting.
In this chamber, we hear the melody from the first test chamber again, but at a slightly lower pitch. I don't remember my exact thought process on why I reused the melody here. I probably just thought it would be neat, since it's the final test chamber for Chapter 1.
This is one of my favorite puzzles. Laser blocking isn't often used in maps, but it's a really interesting interaction. The laser can be blocked from either side of the glass. When we design chambers, we try to get consistent stuck spots. A step in a puzzle where all players have to think for a bit. Getting 100% success on a stuck spot is pretty much impossible, but this chamber has been very consistent throughout playtesting. This fake chamber doesn't even really try to look real, but a lot of players don't seem to see the trap coming, which we see as a success. The panel opening animation is inspired by early Portal 2 E3 pre-release videos. We went through the clip frame by frame to match the animation and environment as closely as it made sense.
Congratulations! You did it! I'm sorry for the surprise. Current testing protocol demands I dispose of all test subjects, so I had to intervene before you were, baked. I'll be honest with you now. There is no Aperture Science Human Emergency Response Team. I made it up. Sorry for lying to you. Before I can explain why I brought you here, we need to get you registered as an Aperture employee. We don't want security systems to hunt you down after all. The Guardian and Intrusion system doesn't like it when test subjects escape the chambers. There's a security checkpoint nearby. Follow me.
Okay, now here's our official introduction to Sterling. Hi. We did a lot of takes of this segment, not just because we had to introduce his character, but also we had to tease the stakes without giving some giant info dump on the players, which took a while to balance out, especially as the story was changing over time. I think this is actually the first piece of animation I ever saw from Stefan putting my voice to the character, which was super cool. As long as I was on it, it was always the plan to fly through the wall and land in this little surprise party that he's throwing for you, which is adorable. I mean, he put up a little banner for you. He hangs decorations better than I do. And I have hands.
Sterling's introduction has changed a lot over time. We always knew we would add a surprise, but the gameplay here has been adjusted a lot. His dialogue needed to be short enough for players to not lose attention, while he also had to deliver a lot of exposition. He surprised you and you're done with the tests. The Human Emergency Response Team was a lie, but the testing wasn't for nothing and it does have a purpose for you. And if that wasn't enough, We threw the stuff about authorization on top. We were not sure if players would be attentive enough to listen and understand everything he said. The space is very open and offers many distractions. We streamlined the geometry over time, reducing the amount of exits and visual clutter, and players seem to respect his first appearance enough to actually listen to him. We also added far more detail to his facial animation than we usually do to honor his first appearance, which seems to help to keep players' attention.
Dark in here, isn't it? The checkpoint is right there. Maybe you can get through this stationary portal emitter?
The authorization gameplay was first added so players would spend some more time with Sterling when they first meet him. Back then players wouldn't get hired as employees, they would just get added to a general list of authorized people. We felt this was a little abstract, and we didn't intend to use the authorization gameplay in later levels. A playtester then said, "Oh cool, we're getting hired at Aperture." We liked the idea, so we wrote it in. It feels a lot cooler and much more natural. Now that we decided you would become an Aperture employee, we had to come up with a job for the player to do. We thought it would have to be a low-level position without any requirements, something Sterling could hire anyone for, with no need for extra verification. At the time, I worked at a place where I had to take over some of the janitorial duties when our usual janitor was out sick, so this felt like a natural fit.
There it is. The controls are manual, so I can't help you. Got a clue? Okay, so you have to stand in the scanner to get registered. Any plan how? Maybe that portal can help again. Are you absolutely sure that door right there doesn't open? Well, if you don't even want to try, you must be very sure it's locked. Well, here's an idea. Maybe you can try and squeeze through that counter right there? Or are you too voluminous for that? Already tried sprinting? I'm running out of ideas here, honestly. Yeah, how about that? Let's try to run as fast as possible. Go on. You know how running works, don't you? It's like walking, just faster. All right, do you need time to prepare and do some stretches? What's the issue? I can do a countdown for you. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, good idea. I think that did the trick. Good. I can now register you as our new janitor. Welcome to Aperture. You can call me Sterling. I'm the facilities manager and your new supervisor. Okay, we have no time to lose. Right this way.
During playtests, one of the main questions we got was about the name of Sterling. It was never revealed at the time. While we didn't think it was that important, we wanted to find a natural way for him to tell his name. The robots in Aperture never say each other's name. GLaDOS just calls Wheatley Moron, and Wheatley just calls her, her. We only ever hear Wheatley say his own name once in the game. Tiny little Wheatley did this. At the same time, we thought about making Sterling the head janitor and your boss. He could then formally introduce himself as the new boss, where it felt natural for him to mention his name. If you don't press the button, Sterling will keep saying lines, which we call nags. We went a bit further and even added branching dialogue and some interactive elements. We wanted to add more of this stuff later, but didn't find opportunities or the time to really delve this deep again. Sadly, most players never see this, so give it a shot and look what Sterling does if you refuse to press the button.
Oh, wait, you, can't go that way. Find a way around.
During an internship, I visited a little data center where I saw a huge pile of hard drives next to a dedicated hard drive shredder. I mean, yeah, it makes sense, but I still found it pretty funny. Same day, I asked my modeler if you could make it, and here it is.
Well done. Not everyone gets this position, you know? You should be proud.
Cleaning up after humans that don't exist anymore. All right then, up we go.
Probably noticed by now that the facility isn't in great shape. It's a long story, so I'll cut it short. The central core in charge of maintaining the facility has been put out of commission. I tried to look after the place in her absence, but I don't have the tools. Good news though, I found better tools. A device capable of repairing the whole enrichment center. Only problem is that only a human can turn it on, so I hoped maybe you could fill in that role for me. The life of every human and core in the facility is at risk if we don't stop the collapse. Come on, let's go. I'll explain the rest on the way.
Sterling's mission changed about halfway through my time on the project. At first, his goal was exactly the opposite from what it turned out to be. He wanted to make sure GLaDOS was gone for good and that there was no way she could ever come back. That got changed for a lot of reasons. The more we fleshed out Sterling's character, the more we were able to kind of piece it all together. He's just a little guy who wants to clean. But when there's too much to clean, how far is he willing to go? If he can't clean up Aperture on his own, who's the only one who can? And voila, our psychotic janitor with mommy issues was born.
For as long as Portal Revolution has existed, there was always the idea of the first behind-the-scenes map after the test chambers in Chapter 1. It was originally called Transition and served the purposes of moving the player from the modern Aperture areas to the overgrown chambers on the surface. What you see in the final game must be the 5th or so iteration. This map has had an identity issue for years until it finally received its last redesign and became what it is now. Previous versions featured almost no gameplay. You would just walk along generic, uninspired office spaces with no clear direction. This final version is the culmination of multiple disconnected ideas that never found a home until now. Cutscenes are a hot topic in games. Games like Portal are very light on cutscenes, and players typically dislike them on repeat playthroughs. Although they're fun the first time around, overly long, mandatory cutscenes can quickly become frustrating on repeat playthroughs. We want to respect the player's time and try to avoid mandatory cutscenes as much as possible. However, there were still times where we had to ensure the player listens to crucial plot details. In those cases, we like to add little details for the players to look at, like the signs on these walls.
We need to get closer to the surface. I found an elevator in this direction.
I love putting little personal bits and pieces into the environments. The background on this poster is a photo I took of islands in Croatia. The monitors next to it are a reference to the internship I mentioned in the last map. I guess I was quicker than they expected when I did my month of programming work in 3 days. For the rest of the month, I was asked to set up dozens of monitors, which filled the hallway stacked on the boxes just like this. Lesson learned, I guess. Don't overperform in corporate environments or you'll just get more work. To emphasize the feeling of exploring areas you are not meant to see, we move players through vents in other areas that are normally not built for humans to traverse. There is no convenient and straight path to the exit. This also helps to further sell the dead and decaying state of the enrichment center and keeps players more engaged than a direct hallway.
Up ahead is the turret disposal facility. Since they're all defective, they shouldn't be able to hurt you, but still be careful.
One of the new graphical features we added is a custom implementation of ray-marched volumetric lighting, as can be seen on the light shafts coming out of these fans. Source Engine already has support for faking volumetric lighting by placing semi-transparent sprites. However, these cheats don't support real-time shadows, so we looked for other methods. Ray marching seemed like a good fit, as it is the most common technique used in modern games. Getting it to work in our custom engine branch, though, was extremely difficult, taking over a year of working on and off on the feature. As always, portals complicate everything, leading to months of dealing with stencil buffer and render texture related issues. Towards the end of Revolution's development, it was looking like it wouldn't make it in, but we were still able to add it to a few scenes throughout the mod. For the anniversary update, we made a number of improvements in terms of visuals and performance.
Poor turrets. You might think that their pain is only simulated, but how is it different to yours or mine? They really don't deserve to be shredded, but don't worry. All their scrap will be recycled for production, and only surplus turrets get shredded after all.
While this vista was largely created in one go, it required a lot of little tweaks to have the impact we were looking for. Players would enter the area at the left end of the hallway, with a pillar blocking line of sight of the fan. Players would regularly immediately turn right, walk towards the exit, which was open at the time, and never even notice the large fan vista. We added some holes to the truss, which are still there now, but this didn't solve the issue. Moving the entrance door to a more central location helped, but players would often still immediately leave the room. We wanted players to appreciate the view and notice the large fan, which becomes more important later. Eventually we gave in and locked the door, and gave Sterling some dialogue.
So, I'm looking through your records, and I see you have a family. How are the kids? Oh no. You know what? Forget I asked that. I am so sorry.
As we were reworking their transition map, we tried to find some interstitial puzzle elements that would naturally fit into behind-the-scenes areas. The ventilators were inspired by those seen in the Portal 1 mod, Factum Solos. Ventilators seemed like a natural fit for behind-the-scenes, and while they're not super complex and don't interact with portals, they were good enough to use 1 or 2 times as a pace break. We like to use interstitial elements like these to add variety.
Wind turbines, of course. Try not to get blown away too much. These things can get supersonic if you turn them up.
This turret shredding idea was recycled from one of those areas that never had a home. It was originally placed towards the second half of the game. We like to bring back some of the lesser used elements from the original game, shredders being one of them. Gameplay-wise, they're no different to a pit of goo or an infinite drop, but they work well with turrets and fit into this kind of garbage disposal area.
Try to find a way across that bridge. I'm sure you'll figure it out, so I will wait right ahead.
This destruction sequence uses a pre-baked physics animation which we created in Blender. During development, we found the game to be way too static for our taste. Building animations and scenes like this is not a walk in the park resource. Every time you want to test it, you have to open the game, load the map, skip to the section you're building while not skipping any triggers, and watch the whole scene from beginning to end. Iterating this way is a chore. Valve sometimes use VScript to trigger events instead of map logic, which allows them to specify the timings without having to recompile. Yeah, we didn't do that. Oh well, maybe next time.
To be an official Aperture employee. Yeah, must be great. Though on that topic, don't try running off without me, okay? Yes, I made up the human emergency response team, but so what? It can still be real. You are human, this is quite an emergency, and you are responding to it. Not quite a team yet, though. No, a team can't consist of one person, that doesn't make sense. I could get more people, but that seems like a lot of work. You know what? I think we two make a great team in and of itself. You might not make a fully human team, but you can't always get what you want. Semi-human? I'll go with that. To get back on topic, here's my proposal. You help me repair the facility, and I'll let you leave.
Let's talk about Sterling's voice. You can probably tell from this very charming commentary that his voice is a little bit goofier than my own, but if I get worked up, you'll start to hear it kind of creep through a little bit. Sorry. Stefan wanted me to mention that earlier versions of the voice were even higher pitched. I might have blocked that from memory because I just don't see how that's possible. If that's true, then my audition must have sounded like Elmo. But there is a reason for the voice, because I like to think of him as a kid. There's this immaturity to him, especially when he doesn't get his way. It was basically this pet project that was thrown into a Core's robot body. He's playing all of these different roles at Aperture and he doesn't know how to do any of them. He's just playing pretend until his mom comes back from the parking lot.
For the behind the scenes, in between test chamber sections, I made the music a bit more ominous and drony, like the player is seeing something they're not really supposed to see. Later on, I start to play around with more metallic samples, as if the exposed machinery is also a part of the music.
Nicely done.
This is a test observation facility. Humans had to sit here all day and watch you test subjects solve the chambers. In real time, too. Imagine.
Act 1 and 3 both play in modern, cleanish Aperture, so we wanted to somehow distinguish the art styles. We ended up making Act 1 orange and Act 3 blue. We liked Aperture's more orange theme in Portal 1 and incorporated those elements even more visibly here. Orange carpet, orange desk dividers, orange wall art. If you take a screenshot just based on colors alone, you can be pretty confident to say which part of the game it came from. The orange theme in the beginning also feels more homely and cozy, which is in contrast to the dark, cold and lonely feeling we wanted to convey for Act 3.
One of these projectors was going to display a humorous set of slides, which would have covered the rising cost of desk lamps from an unknown thief. This inside joke spawned when one of the desks I detailed contained an overabundance of desk lamps. Soon coming to be known internally as Lamp Man, this mysterious employee would hoard hundreds of lamps and store them in the most nonsensical places.
There's another observation room on the other side that can take you to the elevators. I'm sure you can find another way in there. You're pretty resourceful.
If there's no other way. Do what you must. Just don't be reckless and only destroy what you need. Any other repairs I'll have to assign back to you. Also, try not to die. I'm tired of mopping up human blood. That red never gets out.
Bombs are used as another pacebreaker element. Early on, we established clear rules about what can and cannot be broken. Shattered glass breaks, but normal glass doesn't. At first we thought players might note how convenient it is that this chamber has so much broken glass, but to our surprise, this wasn't the case at all. The distinction was immediately intuitive and successful in playtests.
Congratulations, you broke the sign. Is this some kind of message you're sending me?
This test chamber is not meant to be solved the normal way, but we still wanted to build a convincing test chamber that looks like it could have been solved at some point. Usually we do this by breaking some test elements. However, players are often still distracted by the non-functional devices, and because the way you're meant to leave this room is very unusual, we wanted to eliminate those as much as possible. That is when we thought of making it a co-op test chamber. Co-op exit doors require both bots to be present at the door. The player in Revolution is neither a bot nor a both, and the playtesters reacted well to the inclusion of co-op chambers in a single-player mod.
To-do list. You finally found the exit. Those poems are a menace. I have a surprise for you after this last little hurdle. I know. I promised no more tests. Wait, no I didn't. Well then, here you go. I'll wait up ahead and, prepare some things. Take your time.
When making a puzzle, I usually start with an initial idea, some combination of elements or a fun moment, like sliding a cube down a ramp or using a vac tube to bend gel trajectory. Starting with a core idea helps to give the puzzle identity and makes it more memorable. But some puzzles just have to be workshopped. Difficult puzzles in general are often harder to design, or at least hard to make fun. I knew that this puzzle just had to be complex and big. I also wanted it to feature all the test elements previously used in the chapter and offer a satisfying challenge to the monoportal gameplay. As I made all the puzzles in the mod, I often get asked how I come up with them. Honestly, I would love to know that too. Most of the time it's a combination of luck and trial and error. Many chambers have been cut or drastically altered over the years. Starting with a core idea helps to get the ball rolling, but not always do they weave together a cohesive test chamber. Every chamber's creation is unique, but I have found a few methods to put together puzzles that I've been adding to my toolbox over time. One of these methods is to sort of design a chamber backwards. Rather than thinking about each step from the beginning, I would establish my clear condition, place down some elements, load up the map in game, and see if I could solve it. At first it's completely impossible to solve, but now I can iterate. I move elements around, add new ones, remove some, and change the geometry. At every point I test and see if I could solve it. This puts me in the shoes of a player as much as a designer. I'm discovering the solution more so than designing it. This process works well for complex test chambers. Sometimes a chamber that I didn't think was possible turned out to be completable in a surprising way. I like to keep puzzles minimalistic, featuring as few elements as possible. A single element that is used in many ways is more interesting than 20 elements all with a single usage. Some of my favorite portal puzzles are those which feature the least amount of elements. This chamber is certainly not one of them, but that's the whole point. It's intended to be overwhelming, while still keeping the amount of elements as small as possible. Often a puzzle just doesn't come together as you wanted. There's some unintended solution you can't seem to get rid of, overshadowing the actual, more interesting solution. To force the proper solution, it's easy to overcorrect and add elaborate setups or specialized element that only serve to limit the player in this one specific way. So far in all those cases, a slight change in the geometry, like adding a pit somewhere, has solved the issue. Pits are elegant and incredibly powerful. They can force players to place one or both of their portals to pass. They can feature ramps on one or multiple sides to create a one-way drop. Ramps can be enabled or disabled, creating toggle-level one-way doors. Portals can be shot across or blocked by a wall above. Light bridges, tractor beams, flings, catapults and gels can all be used to cross them, all in slightly different and unique ways. Pits can be deadly or safe, friend or foe. I didn't really think much about pits before, but have since realized how versatile they are, and am now more aware and thoughtful about their usage as a legitimate test element.
Surprise! What? What's that look on your face? Did you expect something bad? Yes, it's an actual elevator straight to the surface. Rare find. You're welcome, by the way. I know you humans love the sky for some reason, so I thought this would excite you.
The elevator ride originally ended with an overgrown vista. The vertical nature of the ride made this challenging, and we were struggling to find a good look for it. We also felt like the slow and unceremonious reveal of the surface here took away from the impact of the reveal in the next map, so it was cut.
Look, I know what you're thinking. You really don't trust me, and I've done nothing but sounding like a raving lunatic or a sociopath. Probably both at once, if I'm gonna be honest. In the interest of transparency, this elevator will take you up to the surface. Only thing is, it's not all the way out of the enrichment center. When we get to the surface, we still have a little way to go before we can complete your half of the deal. I'll try to help you where I can with these old test chambers, but there's been a lot of decay, if you catch my drift. But hey, look at the bright side. There's fresh air, it's sunny outside, and I think there's a cool breeze. Just watch out for wild animals. Those are brutal. With any luck, this should take just a few minutes, and then you can go free. Hope we're in the clear now. Go take a look out that window for a moment. See that huge spire in the distance? That's where we're headed. Little confession. I don't know for sure whether it still works. It is possible that there is just a pile of rubble waiting for us. Judging by how torn apart this place is, I'd give that chance a possibility of... Ooh, you know what? Never mind.
Pacing is really difficult in games, because you're pacing multiple elements at once, story and gameplay. Gameplay pacing is based on fatigue and playtime. You can make a 1 hour, 10 hour or 50 hour game and still pace the gameplay well. It's usually not a problem for short games, but the larger your game is, the harder it becomes to keep the story paced. For example, you might find a lot of open world games have a very drawn out midpoint with a short beginning and end. Portal Revolution is short enough that story pacing is very much doable, but we still had to be very conscious about moving the story forward on a pace that feels sensible.
I hate to say it, but we need to find a testing track. Look, I'm sorry, I don't want to torture you with endless testing. You already proved that you're capable. Problem is that these backstage areas aren't built to be as durable as the test chambers. To cover any ground here, we need to move between testing tracks.
For the outside sections, I used a lot of softer sounding synths and stringed instruments. I wanted to convey the serenity of seeing the sky again, and also the feeling that freedom is still just out of reach, that you haven't quite escaped yet.
This area has changed a lot. It used to feature a lot more naturalistic elements, like rock and grass. It looked cool, but when we switched to cascaded shadow maps, we had to recreate large chunks of that map and ended up basically rebuilding this entire section. The first room also had a waterfall in it, but we never finished the particle effect and cut it out. Since it didn't feature any gameplay, we then took elements from the room after it, which included this little navigational puzzle. We still liked how the old area felt, but are happy with the condensed version. Our early level designs often lack density, which makes the game feel longer since there are more areas, but if each area is passed in under 20 seconds, the time invested into decorating those spaces doesn't make sense. So over time we condensed areas more and more, and tried to find ways to get the most out of a single space. Plants are shiny. Nobody believes me when I say this, but they are. Go outside and look at a leaf. The sun will cast some specular highlights. Portal 2's leaves never did this, so we added some foam to try and approximate this look. It's very subtle, but compared to before looks better for negligible performance cost. Portal 2 uses projected textures to create sunlight with real-time shadows in its overgrown areas. Community mappers do the same, but their technique isn't ideal. Projected textures are spotlights and create converging shadows, which is not how sun shadows look. Their resolution is also limited, so the further you stretch the area of influence, the worse their shadows look. They don't follow the player, and if you try to parent it to the player, their shadows will look wrong when you look through a portal. Long story short, projected textures aren't ideal for sunlight. CSGO implemented a similar shadow mapping technique built specifically for sunlight called Cascaded Shadow Maps, or CSM. Since our custom engine branch is based on CSGO, we were able to use it in Portal Revolution.
Good find. But this testing track isn't in good shape. There should be another one not far from here. See if you can find it.
CSM works by casting 3 shadow maps, called cascades, around the player from the same angle, but on different scales. The first cascade is just a few meters around the player, the next a few more, and the last reaches as far as the player would be expected to see in a typical map. This means that shadows will always be at high resolution around the player, with low resolution further away where it doesn't matter. Now, as always, portals complicate everything. Since the shadows follow the player, if you look through a portal, the shadow resolution will be centered around the player's position. This caused awful shadows while looking through a portal, and popping when you step through and have the positions updated. This took a long time to fix. We were first aware of this bug around 2020, and have only been able to fix it in late 2023. We needed to add an additional 3 cascades, centered around the position of the camera behind the portal from where the portal view is being rendered. I'm sure there are many ways to further optimize this, since this technique now needs to render twice as many shadow maps, but we are happy to have finally fixed this issue that has been bugging us for years.
That's much better. Might be a bit overgrown, but the hardware still works. They really use fine materials for these tests. Have to protect your investments, after all. Unbreakable materials are expensive.
Originally, we wanted Sterling to help the player in this chamber, given its ruined state and that it was designed for dual portals. So in the pit, there was a whole animation of part of the floor being taken away by a panel and being replaced with a version that had an auto portal, along with bringing a cube too. While visually very entertaining to watch, and a great explanation for why there was an auto portal in Chamber 12 from Portal 1, a playtester managed to worm their way under the floor, and there were some visual bugs to it as well. I had tried numerous times to fix it and keep it in the game, but I eventually had to cut my losses and remove it. The geometry for the panels of the sequence of events is still present, a reminder of what once was. I still don't know how they got under there.
Did you know that this iteration of your Aperture Science handheld portal device has been specifically configured to not shoot portals further than 8 kilometers? Yeah, they quickly learn to limit the range on these things. Can easily end the whole world if you put a portal on the sun. You know, I wasn't aware that the surface is in such a rough state. Didn't want to say it before, but this place is such a mess. This will take so long to clean up. Whoever did this was very thorough in their work.
Act 2 starts rather slowly. It is built to center around momentum and flinging. We noticed that many players lacked some common flinging skills. It's not used as much in Portal 2 and Portal Revolution up until this point, so to remind players that flings exist and are a necessary part of these tests, we added some little training chambers at the beginning of the chapter.
Just realized, you don't even know how this all happened. Well, long ago, Aperture was run by a central core capable of monitoring and maintaining the whole facility. Certain tasks were outsourced to other cores, like me. Everything was great, you know? A true utopia. Until one human test subject, this little monster, just had to ruin our lives and killed her. And that's that. Most of my colleagues either went crazy, died, or disappeared. What else were we supposed to do if we can't fulfill our purpose? I promised you could leave once we're done, but if you ever need a job in the future, don't hesitate to come back. I'd rather say this before it's too late. Use the gels sparingly. The tanks aren't being refilled anymore, and what's left won't last forever. Once they're empty, we're gonna have a little problem. The gels are also highly corrosive and will eat through metal and skin given enough time. Might be good to know.
When we got CSM to work in our engine, we took a step back and rebuilt almost all of the overgrown chambers. We were not satisfied with the gameplay anyway, and the possibilities offered by this new lighting led us to reconsider this chapter and do it again. Of course we tried to reuse as much as possible, but not a lot survived. This is the only puzzle which we were able to keep, but we still needed to make a few tweaks to improve the gameplay. We also had to redo the entire ceiling. The converging shadows of the projected texture sunlight was able to reach and illuminate much more of the chamber. When we switched it to CSM, the parallel rays barely lit up anything with the old geometry. All of the overgrown chamber ceilings had to be rebuilt to be much more open and to let enough sunlight through.
This track is a remake of an old track from before I joined the project. The track was called Dihydrogen Monoxide and was made by Ella Ayar. She made a bunch of great tracks for the beta of Portal Revolution. I can't remember the exact count, but it was a lot. For this track, I just added in elements from the previous outside sections like the soft synths and kinda bouncy percussion. Other than that, I think it's structurally the same as the original beta track.
Gotta admit, watching you fly through the air like that looks pretty fun. Sometimes I wish I could do the same. These tests were never designed to be exposed to the surface. We've not come across any toxic plants yet, but stay alert. There's a reason we don't do experiments in the open anymore.
The showers were originally an orange-tinted emancipation grill. Custom fizzlers are a cliché in Portal mapping and pretty much universally disliked. Custom fizzlers often just serve as a clunky fix to a design issue or exploit. Most of the time, these could get fixed by moving around geometry or using grates and glass. We thought the paint theme was more solid than the usual "it's a fizzler, but you can shoot portals through it" custom fizzler idea, but we were still not happy. Eventually, we came up with the idea of a bunch of shower heads acting as a barrier for paint. This design is much stronger, and its function is immediately obvious to the player, which is not at all the case with the orange paint fizzler.
Congratulations on completing this test. We hope you enjoyed your experience at
The Aperture Science Center for... Who writes these protocols? Is this all just randomly generated? Oh, of course you enjoyed it. We designed the test that way. There's a reason I don't use those scripts. Could barely get through them when I first tested you. Remember that? What did you think of my announcing voice, by the way? I've been practicing it.
Changing the paint fizzler to a shower wasn't a purely visual change. The paint fizzler would not allow players to shoot portals through it. This behavior makes no sense for a shower, so we redesigned the chambers to work with the new mechanic. Sounded daunting at first, but this was actually the only chamber that required any changes, which was to change the floor button here to a cube button. I decorated much of this chamber on a live stream on YouTube. I wanted this chamber to feel dense, lush and humid. Thick fog Lots of moss and mushrooms help to deliver that, but what's the most important is the glass bridge above. This bridge allowed me to hang plants off it, filling the air below with vines, and reinforces that greenhouse look.
A key trait to the background maps for the main menu is that all of them have the view looking out of an observation window. Here you can see the same observation room overlooking the same chamber that is used for Act 2's main menu background. This almost gives a sense of the player being watched by a third party, like a creepy stalker, monitoring and following the player throughout their journey.
Wouldn't it be great to take a break from all the testing? Just to have a nice, long, warm shower under the cleansing fields. Washing your hair, watching your skin peel off. Yes, you heard me right. Don't try that. The fluid cleanses more than gels. Ooh, looks like that door's broken. Maybe I can reroute you. Let me see. Ha-ha! Look at that! Glad these things still work. There aren't many working arm panels left here. I'd love to help you solve the puzzles, but even after watching hundreds of people solve and hurt themselves in these chambers, I still don't get it. I'll just stick to maintenance if you don't mind. All about the simple things.
Portal 2 uses a purely white skybox in its overgrown maps, which in general are much more enclosed and don't feel like you're right at the surface. For Portal Revolution, we wanted to make full use of the CSM lighting and place you right at the surface. Nowhere is this more prevalent than here. To make this work, we needed a proper skybox with actual clouds. We tried to render our own, but then ended up using a free HDRI from Polyhaven called Clarence Midday, which includes full HDR color. The HDR color makes all the difference. Look through the vacuum tubes with their tinted glass above you, and notice how it accurately reduces the exposure like sunglasses would in real life.
This track is another remake of a beta track by LIR. This track is called Sunlight, and is probably my personal favorite of the beta tracks. It just perfectly gives off the feeling of basking in the sunlight after being cooped up in an underground facility for who knows how long. The main additions to this track that weren't present in the beta version are these very subtle robotic vocals that cut in every now and again. I added these vocals to add a ghostly feeling to the track, like the echoes of a time long past.
cleaning the facility since, well, forever. Just when you think you've seen all the ways one could injure themselves, some moron will make sure to prove you wrong.
Have you ever heard the expression room temperature? This is the room. This is the room temperature room. I really love Community. It's so well written and balances emotional storytelling with the funniest jokes and themes like no other. It's a never-ending inspiration for my own writing, and I had to add some references to the mod. The room temperature room felt like something Aperture would build and was easy to replicate. A lot of people find this room and have no idea what it is, which is a bit disappointing for me, but also hilarious how freaked out players are by this. To be fair, I did make it somewhat unnecessarily unsettling.
Oh, looks like you're about to get an upgrade to your portal device. About time. This should make it much easier to navigate through this mess.
The floor in this chamber was inspired by some areas in the mods Portal Pro and Factum Solo's Episode 2. We like this blocky look seen in Portal 1 and always try to mix in some Portal 1 designs. This acid pool was once filled, but has been drained, finally revealing what's underneath. Designing the water was a tough balance. Originally, this water was much murkier and browner, which players interpreted as being toxic. Making it too clear didn't deliver the look we wanted, and made it barely visible. Finding that perfect medium took some tweaking. While we want this floor to feel chaotic, we didn't want that experience for the traversal. Constantly jumping up and down blocks isn't fun in Portal. To address that, this middle pillar is completely clear of blocks and acts as a roundabout, a hub from which each of the destinations can be reached. From there, paths become more cluttered, but with one or two comfortable and obvious paths available. Through our playtesting, we also added more and more shortcuts and refined the paths.
Wow, what a wreck. Hope that doesn't blow and... actually, try not to think about it. As long as you don't shake it, this planet might be fine. On there? I can't see you from here. I'm hearing some unfavorable noises. Are you okay down there? Try to find a test chamber. I can't see you there.
At first we added this detour just to convey the state of the facility, but it ended up solving some other issues in great ways. We wanted to include some destroyed chambers without skylight. It's a style we love just as much as Overgrown. It feels so dark, lonely, vast and industrial. The detour let us transition to this unfamiliar and hostile art style very nicely. You didn't want to go here, you just have no other option. We also needed to transition the sun angle from noon to sunset, and these dark chambers help to mask that. The detour also helped to make the distance you traveled from the beginning of Chapter 3 to the spire more believable. In that vista, the spire isn't that far away. The detour explains why we covered much more ground than would be needed if we could have a straight shot.
There you are. Wait, how did you get there? Well, that throws us off course a bit. Not catastrophic, but that wasn't planned. This list just keeps getting longer and longer.
This Easter egg is a reference to Bernd das Brot, which in English means Bernd the Bread. It's a German grumpy puppet of a bread, seen on the Kika TV channel during after hours. He's stuck in an endless white void and gets teased by a computer voice in the sky, who moves him around using robotic arms. Sound familiar? Yeah, he's definitely stuck in Aperture. In one episode, the voice introduces himself as Weißbox Master Control Program, which, as you can imagine, means White Box Master Control Program. The Easter eggs in this mod are typically very obscure personal references. It's fun to see players dumbfounded when they get here and have no idea what it means. Some players seem to take offense when they don't understand the reference immediately. Well, sorry, but I want Easter eggs to actually mean something and not just be obvious regurgitated pop culture references.
This elevator will get us back on track, but it will take a while for us to get back to the surface.
This little jump scare was inspired by a Portal 1 mod I playtested, which was never released. The setup was similar to this, with a turret pointing directly at the chamber sign, but I added a lot of subtle changes. The sign has been shot by the turrets, and the complementary blood deacons on the floor tell a very clear story. The turret's laser beam is off at first, only activating once the player jumps down. The small drop ensures that players can't peek the corner to see the turret or flee back to safety when the turret activates. The broken chamber sign was only added for aesthetic reasons at first, but it ended up playing into our cards for the turret jump scare. Many players stare at it as they fall down, turning their back to the turret, which makes their surprise ever more powerful. I wanted to make a broken test chamber sign for this map. I knew roughly what I wanted to look like, but I still tried to find reference. And I couldn't. First of all, what kind of display is this? It's certainly not CRT, but if you search for a broken screen, you'll just find a bunch of flickering CRT displays. It's a cool and creepy look, but those analog artifacts don't make sense for this huge screen. It looks more like an LCD or LED screen, but those don't break in very interesting ways. More often than not, they just turn black and have permanent pixel errors, and no cool flickering effect. I ended up layering a bunch of color stripes and black overlays to roughly imitate how those kinds of screens would usually break. What you see here is the first export straight out of Blender. The refractive glass in front carries a lot of weight. I also thought about animating it, but the static look was already cool enough.
Whoa, wait a minute! No wonder the mortality rate of that chamber is so high. You can't even get past the first turret. Blind turn. Does that help?
I saw that some speedrunners were trying to solve Portal Revolution with as few portals as possible. They could solve many chambers with no portals at all, and this room was the source of a lot of frustration since there's no way to get past. If you don't have a portal or physics objects, there's not a lot of tricks you can do. I quietly updated the map and added this camera that pops off as soon as the wall moves, which gives them something to play with. I usually don't modify chambers to give speedrunners an advantage, the same way I try to stay out of the way by intentionally not fixing exploits. But adding this camera makes the chamber more interesting to me, not less.
Great, that worked. Unfortunately, I don't think I can help any longer. Even though I've got access to all the subroutines, only certain functions are still working.
Target lost. Resting. Did not function.
We wanted to give players an opportunity to play around with the new fully upgraded portal gun. This turret chamber isn't very hard, but it encourages players to be imaginative. The pacifist achievement then adds another challenge on top for the completionists. The geometry in this chamber is inspired by early Portal 1 mods and map packs, like the Flash version map pack and Portal Prelude. Their maps often follow a bit of a 2D design, with stuff stacked on top of each other in a straight line. It's hard to describe. I modeled this bridge with the turrets above the glass after that style of mapping.
Activated. Target lost. Put me down. Hibernating. Are you still there? Good night. Are you still there? Searching. Nap time. Would you come over here?
Players often wouldn't intuitively trust that the ceiling surface aligns with the floor where the turrets stand on. The depth is hard to gauge from the entrance, so we added these little beams to the corners. This little bit of geometry makes it obvious that the two blocks are aligned. The lights above the wall behind which uses a slightly different color temperature than the surroundings, also make it stand out.
You know, the turrets do have feelings. There's no need to be so cruel to them. Only 2 more chambers to reach the spire. I think I told you that I need a human to activate it. From what I heard, it's a pretty complicated cognitive test which only a smart human mind can pass. I don't know what that test is, but make sure to save some of that brain power for later.
This chamber is heavily dependent on bouncing around physics objects in a predictable and reproducible manner. Here you can see all the invisible catapults added to achieve this. When everything works as intended, the ball doesn't even use the blue gel to reach its final destination. It is instead using a precise catapult that gets enabled when the surface underneath is painted. We also added a catapult to reliably bounce painted balls off the floor button. Without this, balls would often bounce straight up and then back down, enabling the attractor beam for a split second, which then cancels the player's momentum during the fling.
Almost a perfect bullseye. That would have been fun. Sky! Finally, we're back! We're getting pretty close to our goal. Don't die now.
What should the difficulty curve of a Portal game be? You might think it should be a constant rise, but if you do this over a campaign as long as Portal 2 or Revolution, fatigue will set in very quickly. Instead, we did what Portal 2 does, where difficulty slowly rises and falls throughout the chapters, like a sawtooth pattern. Every time a new element is introduced, you get a simple intro, followed by expansion, and ending in graduation, where you have now proven that you mastered this element. Whenever a new element comes along, the difficulty drops so you can learn the ropes. The difficulty still rises over time, but this is mainly a consequence of cumulative complexity, where more and more elements are used in combination. Many veteran players remark that Revolution is way too easy for them, which matches our design. Revolution is built for all players, and we don't want to lose people too quickly. Whatever you do, you can never please everybody. What's important is that you stick to one consistent difficulty.
It's always refreshing to see chambers where the goal is to clean up the gels. Most of them encourage you to smear it all over the place, especially anywhere I can't reach.
This room was originally used halfway through the Overgrown chapters, where the player would finally get the fully upgraded portal gun. At that point, the vista here was just a rather undetailed mountain skybox. We didn't know what we wanted to show you in the vista, so we moved it to the end of the act, where we already planned to have an outlook vista for the spire. Portal Revolution usually sticks to a pretty standard color palette, but every now and then we like to add some more striking colors. The lighting in this vista uses a simple scheme of analogous colors, red, orange, yellow. Analogous color palettes rarely look bad, and allow us to play more with contrast and value.
The image of the setting sun in the back was what kind of drove the feel of this track for the most part. I wanted to convey a sense of accomplishment with Sterling and Kate finally seeing their destination in the distance.
The bridge to the spire was originally placed right after the first vista, but it was cast in complete shadow due to its placement. We wanted the bridge to be in dramatic sunlight and moved it to where it is now. This meant that the distance between vista and bridge is now much larger. At first the map wasn't intended to have any puzzles, so now we had to come up with some gameplay we can add to bridge the gap to the bridge. This is the opening trailer shot. The trailer took a really long time to make, but it was 100% worth it. It did a lot better than we expected, surpassing 1 million views in about a week, which made it the most viewed Portal mod trailer on YouTube. We've been quiet and low-key on the marketing side up until this point. The team wanted us to do more marketing efforts earlier, but at the time the game was still evolving so much so quickly that we were simply in no position to announce anything. I mean, what were we supposed to show? We only came up with those ideas a week ago. Announcing stuff early pins us down creatively, so we waited quite a long time before we actually made a trailer, at which point the game was only a few months before release. I think this turned out pretty well for us. One lesson we learned from the trailer was not pin down an exact release date. Like with many of our areas, this vista brings together cut areas of the game that never found a home. Originally, the beginning of the Overgrown chapter featured a huge vista where one could see a cross-section of the Aperture facility. Trees and nature on top, with the facility and test chambers hidden below in the salt mines. That vista was way too ambitious for us to build or for Source to render, and featured no gameplay for how expansive it was. We cut that map, but still liked the idea of a cross-section, so I'm glad we managed to find a home for it in this final vista.
We did it. We actually did it. Well, not yet, but we will have done it soon. What are you waiting for? Let's go! Ah, of course. And so close to the finish line, another chamber! Well, I don't see any way to help you here. You'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way.
These power switches were a late addition to the game. When I got the idea, I didn't think there was enough time to add it in, but then I remembered that this map was lacking some connective tissue. Power switches served as a great pacebreaker element to the end of the chapter. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to playtest and iterate on this concept, and didn't realize how much potential it had. It seemed like a gimmick at first, but turns out to be quite the game changer. power switches interact with almost all test elements, and both the on and off states have desirable effects. This introduction chamber used to be much smaller, but we later merged in some elements from a later chamber to save space.
Halfway there. Well, at least it's a good view. Life gets a bit claustrophobic down in the facility.
The second vista was placed to remind players of the goal and their progress towards that goal. As you may have gathered by now, we like building connected spaces like this. Lighting this area was tricky. We needed enough sunlight from the right side of the spire to reach all the way here. So all the angles, spacing and positioning of the bridge, the spire, the walkway and shadow catching geometry had to be carefully placed.
If this isn't the last chamber, I'm going to assume you're doing this just to mess with me.
The second power switch chamber went through a lot of iteration. During the design process, it's easy to get carried away or build overly complicated contraptions. This chamber originally featured two port-level platforms that would extend out of the water. You were supposed to use them to preserve the cube's momentum while the power is out, to then fling it through a deactivated Death Fizzler. The Death Fizzler, as well as the platforms, were only there to fix an unintended solution, where players could fling the cube from the catapult to the button straight away without using the power switch. All this extra complexity really detracted from the core mechanic of this chamber, which is to deactivate a catapult using the power switch. Turns out none of that was needed. All we had to do was add glass in front of the angled surface, and with that change we could remove all of this garbage. This third vista came together by complete accident. Originally, the previous test chamber would connect straight to the room in front of the bridge. I asked another mapper if they could start to fill these huge walls with some decoration, who then added this little observation room. It was not intended for gameplay and was sparsely decorated, but I liked how the lighting inside looked. We then rerouted the pathway to snake through here and added all the greenery needed to make this a nice and happy accident.
There she blows! This spire reaches from the bottommost parts of the facility all the way up to the surface. You certainly don't want to fall down that shaft. After you.
The spire interior obviously has no way to fit inside this model. We experimented with different sizes for the spire, but anything close to realistic just looked way too comically large and would have required a lot of decoration work from us. We chose to cheat the transition using a world portal, and players didn't really seem to mind that in the next map the interior magically became 4 times larger than it is supposed to be. We added this little office area to bridge the strong visual contrast between the spire interior and the outside. The inside is sterile, white and clean. Somehow the overgrowth doesn't get in here, adding to the intrigue of what the spire actually is. This map used to start right before the spire interior, but this shift felt too drastic after the level transition. It felt like you had just skipped a level. So we added this little dirty and dimly lit area to better connect both maps. We then also had the opportunity for some foreshadowing on posters and found a place to put the uncensored presentation slides from all the way back in Chapter 2.
What a machine. Let's look for the input. Look for things that seem complicated.
Here, we are finally introduced to the theme of the spire. It is derived from the old Gregorian chant Dies Irae, or Day of Wrath, which is often used to represent some impending doom or death whenever it's used in film or TV. You can't super tell it's Dies Irae until the final boss, which is where I use it straight up and it goes like do, 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 do. For the spire, I also used big, bassy synths to give it this feeling of scale. The almost aquatic sounds underneath are there to give it this otherworldly feeling as well. I also did the sound design for the spire's teleportation sequence. I utilized the same sounds as the quantum cubes to imply a connection between them, but you won't see them for a while.
We wanted to incorporate some Half-Life elements into the mod. The teleportation failure is very reminiscent of the iconic resonance cascade in Half-Life 1 and the teleporter failure at the beginning of Half-Life 2. We didn't want the teleport to fail for no reason, so when we added the broken portal gun model, it felt natural that it was the cause for the failure. You just tried to teleport teleportation equipment and it didn't go well. We could then also break the portal gun to make the beginning of the next chapter feel even more isolating and defeated. The spire interior was inspired by a lot of different stuff. The metallic floor and wall tiles were inspired by the Narkina 5 prison in Star Wars Andor. The general concept of the spire core was influenced by the Citadel core seen in Half-Life 2 Episode 1. We also liked the collider from Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. The circular lights on the walls in the core chamber came from that.
Wait, that's it? You just need to press a button? Well, that's kind of underwhelming. Whatever, it's powering up. You'll soon see what this beast is capable of. We need to run a series of checks. There should be a cube arriving near you any second. Please put that into the specimen chamber on the left. Okay, starting first test on an inanimate object. If all goes well, the cube will be teleported to the other chamber. Oh, please work. Starting first jump, now! It worked. It actually worked. That's very good. See, while low-tech devices like your handheld portal device need to place physical portals to achieve teleportation, this little guy can instantly swap any 2 volumes of space in the whole universe. We design entire test chambers around not being able to shoot portals through walls, while this thing just bypasses our 3-dimensional plane. Anyway, let's recycle that cube. Gotta clean up after ourselves. Hate to break it to you, but there is one more test we need to pass. First comes inanimate, then animate. Please enter the specimen chamber. Alright, sorry, but to start with the test, you'll have to temporarily resign as janitor. No worries, I'll rehire you after the test, but I need a registered test subject to continue. Good, we're almost there. Thank you for doing this for us. Well, time to put an end to the collapse. Let's rebuild the central core. Oh, right. You probably know her as GLaDOS. It's about time we bring her back, don't you think? That monster spread her parts all over the facility, even the parking lot. No way in hell I could get her back together without this machine. Time to start the test. See you on the other side. That's not good. What are you doing in there? Get out of there! I can't turn it off! You're back. Thought I lost you. I can fix this. I know I can. Just give me a second. It actually worked. I almost fixed it. I'll try to get you out of this spaceship loop. Gotta be quick about this before you leave again. Get ready.
The introduction of Act 3 has gone through more iterations than any other chapter intro. I knew what feelings I wanted to convey, but couldn't find the right notes to achieve it. I wanted the player to feel alone, lost and disoriented. At first you would find yourself in a dark office, slowly exploring until you find test chambers. There was a claustrophobic and dark cave to be explored with a flashlight. After a trip to Hallstatt, I was inspired to create an underground mining town. Eventually I combined all the previous ideas into one. Starting at the dark underground beach, at the edge of Aperture, you walk back into the Hornet's Nest, the technological nightmare that is Aperture. We like to imagine Aperture employees come to this beach for a sad makeshift vacation. Here we wanted to add an artificial sun and fake painted sky, but as is always the case in game development, deadlines are approaching and sacrifices have to be made. So all that's left of that vacation paradise are these 2 chairs and some beans. Sorry employees. This security checkpoint acts as the gate for the portal gun. The idea is that it's a checkpoint for employees and test subjects as they're moving from the 70s era offices to the new. The elevator connects to the hub for newcomers on the top, but all the people who work here have to queue in this little room below. Yes, I say it all the time. I love building connected spaces, and this map is the best example. You go back and forth through these areas and can explore more and more as you turn on the lights and get the portal gun. The elevator right at the end actually overlooks the hub. It was an accident at first, since I just placed an elevator instance and saw that the hub blocked the shaft. I then made the shaft part of the hub and added windows so you can see where you've been. It's one of my favorite touches of this category in the mod. It took such a long time to find Sarah, but I'm so happy we did. I had no idea who Conley was. I knew what her place in the story was, but her character, man, I had no idea. I auditioned over 60 people, but nothing really inspired me. The classic American or British female voice just felt too simple next to Sterling. I then went on the hunt myself and found Sarah. I didn't know much about Australian accents at the time, and her demo reel also used a lot of other accents, but I just loved her attitude. I invited her to join the project and just begged she would. And she did, and she was more amazing than I could have hoped. Sarah completely transformed this character, and her actual personality also inspired the character of Conley. Of course, Sarah isn't Conley, but her natural lovely attitude allowed me to lean much more into that direction, and it's a great contrast to the grim reality Conley finds herself in. In Portal 2 we see hubs like this for the previous eras of Aperture, but never for modern Aperture, so we wanted to fill that gap. This hub, however, is still under construction and was never completed. It was abandoned before they could finish it. Getting the size right took some back and forth. It was always too cramped at first and then too open later. What we have now feels like a good medium.
Hey, I'm Sarah Jacqueline and I'm the voice of our second personality core, Emilia Conley. I'll be providing some behind-the-scenes info on my involvement as a voiceover artist for Portal Revolution. Stefan brought me onto the project quite late in the dev cycle. He had heard my reel on castingcall.com and shot me a message which I initially thought was fake. The project just seemed so cool, and it was for a series that I had played as a teenager and was just such a huge fan of. I was quite an inexperienced VO at the time, so it was just phenomenal to be brought on and trusted with this character.
Welcome to the Aperture Science Enrichment Center. How was that? Okay, good. The fact you're standing here tells me that you want to help us revolutionize the world, just like we have for over 30 years. Wrong draft? This one? Lunch at 10. Wait, where are you going? Are we not finishing my part?
The next few maps all have lines like these. The idea behind it was that they were very much meant to be awkward, like the science guys had just grabbed the nearest intern and stuck her in front of a microphone. It's not the job Conley signed up for, and I had fun putting that uncertainty into her voice when she tries her impression of an announcer. Kinda like Sterling at the start of the mod, but worse. For example, it's a very common thing for inexperienced voice actors to put a lot of pauses in their sentences to make it sound like emotion or like the character is thinking, but really, all it does is ruin the flow of the lines, like that. It was tricky trying to find that balance between lines that sound amateur in-universe while also being good to listen to.
When we released the trailer, somebody commented that Sarah sounds like a mom from Bluey. I then started to watch Bluey, and oh my god, how can a show made for kids be this good? I won't rant for too long, but yeah, this is some of the best TV I've ever seen. And it made me love it even more to have Sarah on this project. I just love it. The museum is a recreation of the Portal 2 beta. I know, I just said I recreated beta, but look, I actually shipped it, guys. We wanted to show in a natural way that Cave Johnson is dead and how the company was restructured in his passing. The writing on the walls is corporate whitewashing of the finest caliber. Absolutely dystopian stuff. Yes, I love having my organs be replaced for $60. It's definitely a great way to have a sustainable life. The museum then also presented itself as a great place to give the player the new portal gun. When we made the trailer, people said this mod better have red portals. We didn't actually have that in the mod at the time, but we definitely needed to add it. This third portal gun was the perfect candidate for that. We haven't started to work on a custom portal gun yet, and a non-standard way of obtaining it could explain the new color. The idea is that Aperture started selling portal guns in a bunch of weird finishes when Cave died, in an attempt to repay their debts. This red gun with hazard stripes is some sort of high-performance, dangerous model, but it's not clear if that's just a funny case or an actual warning. You made it through the checkpoint, yay! But is your colleague or family member with you? If not, enjoy the second order waiting room, where you can wait for someone else who is waiting in the previous waiting room. Both waiting together, a wall apart, but together in spirit. Aperture has a very abstract art style, which makes it fun to build weird ideas with some vague shapes. This is supposed to resemble some sort of admission gate to a motel. You can see some windows above. We didn't put that much detail into this area, since it isn't a centerpiece and would call too much attention to itself if it was too eye-catching. But still, the idea is that all the employees who passed through the checkpoint would now have to check into this sad underground motel. The fully grey color palette is very intentional.
We're rolling? Okay. Alright, we're trying something different with this test. If you've worked in device development, then you'll know what this is already. But if you don't, that will actually give us better data, so just have fun with it. It shouldn't be able to hurt you.
Finding the voice for this character was a bit of a journey. Stefan and I knew she had to be likable, and to be likable takes more than just a cute voice. She had to sound genuine and authentic. She had to sound human. Sterling is a very goofy AI, whereas Conley, spoiler alert, is a human consciousness in an orb. I had joined the project with the knowledge that Portal was set somewhere in the Americas with American accented characters and Wheatley. Stefan was a big fan of my natural Australian accent, but I was a little concerned because it's not a sound you hear very often on an international stage, so I wasn't really sure it would fit the universe. But we decided early on to go for it, and it turned out to be the right choice for both me and the fans. I've had so many people be so excited to hear an accent like mine in a game like this, and I think it's brilliant to have that Australian sound be recognised on an international stage. I'm really proud.
This chapter is when I began to really lean into a more found sound industrial ambient vibe. A lot of the tracks in this chapter feature metallic elements like dumpsters and metal poles and stuff like that.
To remind everybody who didn't read the introductory guidebook about pneumatic diversity vents, all pneumatic diversity vents in test chambers have been calibrated to a maximum capacity of 60 kilograms to prevent most humans from being sucked up and disposed of. If your body mass happens to be under 60 kilograms, extra caution is advised.
I was largely responsible for creating the background maps for Act 2, Act 3, and Act 4. To make them more interesting than a static background, I added some dynamic stuff to it. I liked the idea that the events for the main menu background took place sometime before the player arrived. In this map, you can see a scorch mark on the ground in a clearly designated turret spot. If you watch Act 3's main menu for a little while, you'll see these turrets get quite talkative and quite bored. So the one to your right winds up shooting a turret that once stood there, causing it to explode violently. Monster.
This line was recorded very late in development, after we added Conley's reaction to an old pre-recorded message of hers much later in the game. We needed to explain why we didn't hear her pre-recorded messages for what can be an hour of playtime. She explains that it's part of the test, but we think she just got finally promoted due to the work she was actually hired to do.
Well done! As a heads up, the following test chambers may not include pre-recorded messages like these, in order to measure how test subjects behave in environments lacking human contact. Good luck!
Okay, while Sterling is away for this act, I just want to take the time to shout out Sarah's performance as Conley. She came in late in the game and just completely brought this character to life. She gave her this wonderful, charming personality when all we had for her was this little bit of backstory. I think Stefan rewrote most of Conley's lines once he realized what Sarah brought to the table. She just absolutely crushed it and made Act 3 such a highlight as you're getting to know her. Sterling, for some reason, used to be in Act 3, and the only thing of value that we lost from that is that at some point you could throw him into a pit of fire, and I know this because somewhere buried there are a bunch of unused lines of me screaming in pain. It wasn't even required. Stefan just assumed that given the option, players would want to burn Sterling alive. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is, Sarah's the best.
The woo is the result of a bug that flung Conley across the room after unplugging. It was always hilarious, and the mappers just took too long to fix it, so during a meeting I just recorded a little woo, and it became a feature. There are a few spontaneous lines like this, like the no hands, only handles line from the office sections a little bit later on, that just came about naturally in response to what we were noticing about the game and the character in development.
During a story reread around 2019, I realized that the story is missing some meaningful conflict. At the time, Sterling was the only character who would stay the companion across the whole game. Halfway through the game, the player would fall down into this basement area after the bridge right in front of the spire randomly collapsed. You would then simply climb your way back up with Sterling and try again. After removing the stupid bridge collapse scene, I also decided to add a new character, somebody who would oppose Sterling in some way. It took a long time to develop Conley's character. I didn't want to make another generic personality core, but inventing some custom robot isn't easy either. Humans were out of the question too, as their inclusion would require a lot of story justification and complex character animation. Also, at the time we were still using the standard Portal 2 engine, which has no real support for humanoid NPCs. Eventually I took a character idea from another game idea I had. A game that was purely made out of story concepts and had no real gameplay behind it. In that game, you would play somebody who had their mind scanned and replicated numerous times. In each chapter, you would play a different clone, awoken in a new context with no memories. Goal is to use these isolated experiences to piece together the grander mystery of what happened to you. I knew I wouldn't be able to make this game for at least another 10 years, and since mind scanning fits so well into the Portal universe, I found a way to incorporate this character idea into the game I was already working on.
We done? What? Oh! Hey! What's happening here? Where am I? What the? Who are you? What's going on here? Where are my hands? No, this can't be possible, can it? Okay, let's do this properly. Sorry for my freak out. I will explain what just happened, but let's get out of here first. Can you pick me up? Thanks. There's a hub not far from here. Let's go there. By the way, where is everybody? Is the office closed? And what is a test subject doing here anyway? really dark. Light switch anywhere? I mean, we don't have to go through there, do we? I completely understand that you would rather find another way if you're scared of the dark. No shame in that. It's just the absence of light, right? What reason would anyone have to develop a phobia for it? Can't find another way through, I may have an idea. Let me try something. Oh, it worked! That's crazy! I still don't like this plan, but here we go.
Conley is a human in a robot ball. This isn't explicitly revealed right off the bat, but we added many hints that she is not a regular core. Her reaction at the beginning is enough for most players, but we wanted to go further and give Conley human character traits. We gave her fears like darkness and heights, and a more bubbly personality than the core guys.
They're just shadows. Only shadows.
Portal 2 itself, along with many community mappers, even Stefan, would often just put down some desks and chairs and call it a day. However, I always liked giving each desk its own story, a way to see what sort of person worked there. So each of these desks are completely unique and appear nowhere else in the game. Unfortunately, they also happen to be located in the darkest section of the game.
Wandering through the office after working hours with a stranger and nothing more than a flashlight. Listen, I'm sorry for... Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad. I didn't mean to overexpose your eyes. Okay. Wait, what happened here? Look out the window, please. Alright. Trying not to panic again. Can you tell me what year it is? Oh, you don't know either? Guess we're in the same boat then. Let's try to get this door open. Stick me on that plug in the wall. I'll see what I can do. Got it. Woo!
Some players felt like she gets over her predicament too quickly. We originally had a more drawn out and tragic introduction, but this made her personality shift seem even more drastic. We didn't want to spend an hour with her depressed core, and a quick recovery helps to reinforce some of Conley's character traits. She's an enthusiastic AI researcher who probably already secretly dreamed of becoming a robot. It's also her experiment, and she later explained that she knew the risks and thus could mentally prepare for it. The real shock for her isn't that she's a robot, but that hundreds of years have passed and all her family, friends and co-workers are now dead. But she doesn't know that yet.
None of this used to be here. How long was I out for? It must have been decades. I don't really know where we're going now. Oh, let's try and find a management rail. Then I can access the whole network. Elevator. Sure. What's the worst that could await us up there? Actually, you don't want to know. Can I ask you something real quick? What portal device model is that? Doesn't look like any of the ones I've seen before. Looks cool though. Design team did a good job. Engineering too. Very slim fit. Oh, a rail! We found one! Whoa, feels weird. This will take some getting used to. Thank you, test subject.
The chapter name The Climb comes from a community workshop map I built for Portal 2. Well, it's actually two maps, which were built for a mapping competition. The theme was towering, and I interpreted it by letting you climb from the bottom layers of Aperture to the surface. Well, almost. At the end of part 2, the screen fades to black with the text saying, Part 3 coming soon. Maybe. I never made part 3. I won that competition, and it really kicked me into gear because those 2 maps were actually far more fun to play and had much more substance than the entirety of Portal Revolution at the time, which was 3 years into development at that point. And I built it in only 2 weeks. This and the previous chapter both act as a reimagining and tribute to the original climb. I never made part 3, but I finished this massive mod instead.
I hope I don't intrude if I join you for a bit while I try to get a sense of what happened to me, the facility, and you. So, again, I'm sorry for my erratic introduction. I'm Amelia Conley, and I work in Aperture's research group for artificial intelligence. Well, I did. Until now. See, my main contributions were in the field of brain scanning, and it seems like one of my old scans just got loaded into this robot. I knew the risks of this happening. We enforced strict backup removal routines so we wouldn't accidentally clone our minds. But here we are.
For this track, I began to introduce more elements that kind of sound like voices. The scraping sound in the background of this track was chosen because it kind of sounds like something is wailing in distress, some sort of apparition. The soft, distorted synth near the end of this track is actually a piano with a bunch of effects layered over it.
This was the first wooden map we built. It was inspired by a CSGO co-op campaign where you would discover an underground training area built out of wood. We wanted the test chambers to transition from primitive constructions made of cheap materials into more solid and expensive metal structures like seen in Portal 2. So that's what we did. This plastic tarp was made using a cloth simulation in Blender. That's all I really have to say about this. It looks cool.
Really struggling to hold back the panic now? I read the records of what happened while I was out. Everyone is dead. All of them! And it's my fault! See, I worked on her. I created the genetic life form and disk operating system just like Cave wanted. Well, my human self did. I have no memory of this, but the records are clear. Carolyn never consented to be scanned in, but somehow they must have found a way around that. I need to process this for a bit and figure out what to do now. See you in a bit.
This map went through so many iterations. It was originally placed at the beginning of the previous chapter, but has been pushed further and further back. It's the first time the player sees the spire from below. At first the player would come here before having met Conley. We would have had to make another dramatic spire eruption scene for Conley to witness. That map was even prototyped, but it became obvious that the chapter's intro was too long, so we moved the eruption to happen after you have already met Conley. This cave was loosely modeled after the little town ports I frequented on vacations in Croatia. The giant pipe here resembles a wave protection barrier, and there are even some weird concrete buoys next to it with blue lights. While this cave doesn't resemble a small town in Croatia in any way, it's always fun to transform real-life inspiration into abstract Aperture structures. I like to play with the contrast of room shapes. This cave is wide and short, next to a tall and narrow shaft. This cave here serves no gameplay purpose, but helps to make the world feel larger and more connected. You can see where you will go, and can then look back to where you have been.
Hello! I'm back. I know
know it's not been long. Just wanted to be polite. Just remembered that I never asked what you're doing here. Let's just try to get out of here. This isn't a good place to be around anymore. Dark again. Let me light this up for you. I swear, these earthquakes aren't normal here. What is that? Be there in a moment. Haven't been here in a while. Wow, this hasn't changed a bit. Ah, yes, the boring presentation room. For some reason, the presentation rooms were assigned special roles. This is the boring one, where only really uninteresting topics get presented. I worked next to the presentation room of danger. Well, that's its nickname. What they pitched there is shocking at first, but it didn't take me long to get numb to it. Mannequins? Interesting. You reckon I could find a humanoid android body somewhere around here? Forgot what it feels like to have hands. No hands, only handles.
These dark offices were recycled from some CAD geometry. All the way back we wanted to have a large hall with many booths for something like a science fair. We imagined that, after Cave Johnson's death, Aperture ran a competition to come up with new products. The winning elements were the ones seen in Portal 2, like lasers, tractor beams and light bridges. And the losers never went to market. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to really explore that idea in this area. The only remnant is a whiteboard drawing about these light bridges.
Finally! Can't stop thinking about the android body. I wonder if they finished developing those.
How do you get players to look at your set piece? This was a big struggle for us here. The rock geometry above you used to extrude out much further, which blocked the view a lot more. We did this to open up the cavern towards the end of the walkway. We wanted players to walk forward and look up to reveal the grand cavern. This didn't happen. Nobody even noticed that anything was happening. They just stared at the sand. So we opened up the view, but players still didn't look. It's well known that players never look up in 3D games. To help fix this, we added the staircase and played the sequence right as you're likely to have looked up, where the spire is now perfectly framed. That helped to get players to notice that something was happening, but players would then immediately walk past to the shore and not notice anything was going on. Those are the sorts of moments where you just want to strangle your playtester, when they would hear the music and sound effects while staring at the sand and just ask, "What's up with the sound here?" So eventually we took out the big hammer and just blocked the player from getting onto the sand until the scene is done. We also added Connie to the scene and gave her some lines, which definitely helped to prompt players to look at the thing their companion is talking about.
Originally, the theme of the spire was supposed to play here, but now the only remnants of it playing here is the big music stinger during the earthquake. The reason for its removal from this scene is because it was a bit too intense and felt out of place. In its stead, I made an ominous track that has elements from the Spire theme, but not the main, Spire melody.
Whoa! Watch out! What was... Did you see that? Better move upwards before that happens again.
This map has actually existed before we came up with the spire. The cylinder in front of you was just a random silo that you would have to climb. During a story rewrite in 2019, the silo then inspired the geometry of the spire. We added a lot more to it since, but the general layout has stayed pretty much the same all the way through.
No. I believe this might be an old, dangerous teleportation experiment. Here we've got ourselves the
Aperture Science Non-Local Matter Displacement Device.
Quite a mouthful, I know. Our team affectionately dubbed it the Spire. Adds a bit of pizzazz to it, right? It was developed as a successor to the Borealis experiments from the 70s, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. Well, I've still not seen it with my eyes. Unless digital cameras count.
We like the idea of letting players climb up inside the spire. Down here it's just a bunch of pipes that all transport stuff to the core at the top. The shaft becomes wider and wider as it goes up, stealing more and more resources from the surroundings. It goes from the bottommost layers all the way up to the surface. You just came from the tip of the top, and now you're all the way down.
We better get going. Let's find a way up to the surface. That's where we'll find the control room.
This will sound stupid, so just bear with me. Garbage disposal tubes generate much more force than the ones in test chambers. Should be able to carry you. If you jump into this tube, I will route you through to the upper layers of the facility. Maybe hold your breath. This is as far as I can get you. Damn it, that's barely halfway. Well, looks like we have to go the long way. Sorry. I'm going to research this spire thing while you solve the chambers.
When this map was redesigned to use a pushing vac tube instead of a sucking one, we needed to make a new entrance for it. So that whole behind the scenes section and fake test chamber was made to serve as a transition between the lower section of Aperture to the slightly more modern area of Aperture.
So far, vacuum tubes have only pulled, but now they can also push. We were shuffling around chambers and ended up putting this chamber right after the player entered a vacuum tube in the previous map. It all came together. We could now have you exit through the very same vacuum tube that is now part of the puzzle. This also subtly introduces that this tube pushes, it doesn't suck. In the anniversary update, we expanded this puzzle by adding another step for completion. You need to use the cube pushing mechanic one more time to solve the puzzle.
Some internal documents for the spire, which is 20 megabytes large. How did they figure out how to fit all that on a single drive? I read up on the spire. One thing that puzzles me: how did it get activated? It's been dormant for decades and suddenly it just kicks itself into action? Whoever it was must have really upset it.
a lot of fun with this one, since industrial found sound is more my wheelhouse. I wanted the track to sound like some sort of mechanical process, like some sort of factory machinery going through the motions. This particular track features the sound of steam flowing through a pipe and something metallic being scraped and slammed repeatedly. The large metallic slam, I believe, is either from a dumpster or a large pipe. I can't quite remember the specifics as of writing this.
This chamber kept growing and evolving a lot over time. In the beginning, there was only the upper area built to play what we call vac-tube basketball. There used to be an actual basket to catch the ball with, but the fling was so accurate that it wasn't needed. That used to be the entire puzzle, and you could still see the old exit hallway. We felt that this was too short and hardly a puzzle. All you had to do was push a button. Not a single portal was placed. So we took another look at the area and found a way to incorporate the new gel flow mechanic. We like building chambers that evolve and change. They're not always easy to design, but the payoff is great. We can save some time decorating an entirely new space, and the density is greatly felt by players. One feature we added to the Revolution engine, and I've also ported back to P2C, is the smooth gel flow you see here. The debug visualization shows all the segments created along the path. I started to implement the object following mechanic myself when I realized that tractor beams already did exactly what I needed. These segments are now a bunch of tractor beam triggers made to be invisible and silent. Gel doesn't behave like normal physics entities and requires a lot more custom code to move it precisely, so I was happy to reuse logic that was already proven to work.
This detail, with part of the facility being flooded, came about when I saw a vac tube in this level going into the water. It gave me a great idea on how to detail this section and apply there was once more to this lower area than simply a moat.
We sometimes design these behind-the-scenes puzzles with multiple solutions in mind. It's not about finding the one pre-built path, but about making your own. Here you can use the blue gel to bounce back up, or the orange gel to speed over. During playtests, players will almost always express a sense of accomplishment when they solve a puzzle in an unintended way. Of course, we fix exploits in proper puzzles, but like to give players some more freedom every now and then.
There it was again! Did you see? The Spire is stealing resources from down here as part of its power-up sequence. I don't think it presents an immediate threat to us, but something just feels off. Aperture likes to poke around at anything, no matter how dangerous it is. The fact they discontinued this experiment doesn't really fill me with emotions I would categorize as positive. Did you know that Aperture simulates breathing and blinking in its sentient robots? I still have a sort of subconscious reflex to breathe and blink my eye, even though that's not technically necessary. Turns out the human mind doesn't cope well when those functions are removed. Be glad you didn't volunteer for our early mind mapping tests. Those were not good times to be a test subject.
The trajectory of gels gets bent by vac tubes. We call this gel bending. It's a fun interaction, but because of the static nature of vac tubes, not actually that easy to design chambers with. The bending can also be rather approximate and not strong enough to really make much of a difference, but we still try to make some puzzles with it.
So, to recap, GLaDOS killed all humans and then got killed herself by a test subject. And what happened since? Why is there nobody here? Did nobody come to investigate this place? Forget about the government. Why does Black Mesa have no interest in what happened here?
This puzzle can be solved in many ways, but the intended solution when I built it involves a double bounce on the floor surface and a rebound on the wall. A lot of playtesters used a much less involved solution, which I found incredibly unsatisfying. The double bounce is so much more fun, and I tried everything to remove the boring solution, but I couldn't find a fix. All my ideas required a lot of changes and bulky equipment, which detracted from the simplicity I aim for in puzzles. So without a fix in sight, we added these two achievements, the boring solution and the fun solution, to encourage players to attempt the puzzle in different ways. What was originally a compromise turned into quite a fun minigame for a lot of players.
Done, test subject.
Turn it off.
You have just completed
I will
another
make those lines
test.
away.
Congratulations on contributing once again to the future of
Why is it so
science. Feel welcome
Turn
to
it off.
pause at
Turn it
any
off.
moment. There's cake and beverages
Turn
in the break
it
room.
off. Looks like I turned myself off.
Yeah, I dabbled in voice acting when I first joined the company as an intern. That was so long ago. Please, just forget everything you heard down there. I don't know if this is supposed to be a test chamber. If it is, our chamber budget has officially hit a new low. As a voice actor, these lines are very relatable. No acting required. What I actually wanted to talk about in this section was humor. Humor is a big part of the Portal series, and Stefan has a great nose for it. I had a lot of fun capturing the humor of Conley, doing those impressions of Cave and those silly giggles, and like I said earlier, it makes her feel more human. She's not funny in an idiot Wheatley way, she's goofy. She's trying to smile through what is objectively a bad situation. Like those lines in The Offices where she's talking about the conference room of danger. Humor is how she's learnt to cope with how unethical her job is, and I honestly find that really charming about her.
White shell is one of the hardest elements to design puzzles for. Most puzzle elements, like lasers, light bridges and tractor beams, give the player temporary progression, since they can be switched on and off at any point. They can also have positive and negative effects. A light bridge can act as a helpful platform or a barrier to cross. Puzzle difficulty is created by combining those effects to create interesting new interactions which players need to spend time discovering. Now, gels are different. They almost always deliver permanent progression, since a painted surface is hardly less useful than an unpainted one. Sure, blue and orange surfaces can have negative effects, like disallowing cubes to rest on it, but in the case of white gel, I cannot think of a single downside to having a portable surface over a non-portable surface. We didn't yet crack the code of how to make hard and engaging puzzles with white gel, but we still wanted to feature it, so we built this explorative puzzle as a pacebreaker during this long chapter. This space is inspired by the Gasometer Cinema in Vienna. It's a crazy space that looks a lot like Aperture. A giant hall of cinema rooms stacked on top of each other, looking a lot like test chambers, connected through hanging metal catwalks. There's even a huge spiral staircase next to a pillar that goes all the way from the top to the bottom. The sense of verticality in this space is great. This area here was loosely built off that structure.
Turns out that wasn't a chamber. At least it gave me time to disable the speakers in the next chambers. We don't need to listen to that again. That looks more like a chamber. You know what? I actually remember this one. It's collected some dust, but looks pretty much unchanged. Most of our tests get updated when we find a critical design flaw. Seems like this one survived the test of time.
As Conley already said, this is a very old chamber. I designed this all the way back in 2018, and the puzzle has not changed a single bit ever since. It used to be the second puzzle in this chapter, but playtesters needed a lot more training to get a grip on the vac-tube mechanic. So it's been shifted back more and more to where it is now, second to last. You can tell it's old, because it features a whopping 3 floor buttons. This chamber received a full visual overhaul throughout its development. During that, we added these little transition areas that let you walk around the outside areas of the chamber a bit. Gameplay-wise, there's no point to these. We could just have you enter the chamber right away, but we like to spend some time establishing the surroundings, the space between spaces, which are not a destination to themselves. In this case, it also helped to connect to the previous map where the player left the beaten path. In the anniversary update, we opened up this corner of the map a bit more. Before, the cube dropper was in its own little bubble off to the side, and players would often not find it for a very long time. You could see it pretty well from the observation room at the beginning. There were signs pointing towards it, and the catwalk flooring should also subtly lead you. But none of it was enough, so we decided to update this. Turns out the chamber didn't stand the test of time after all.
I believe this was one of the first of the original beta tracks I remastered. It was like the definitive one we were keeping for sure, since it was so iconic. And eventually other tracks followed suit, like Synthesis and Sunlight.
Good news! I found us an elevator out of here. Just one more chamber. Last chamber. The surface elevator is right after. Just don't look down. Or fall down either. That shaft goes all the way to the bottom.
The visual design of this chamber dates way back to the first concepts of Portal Revolution. Usually I design chambers with a combination of gameplay elements, but here I started with a visual language and feeling. I wanted to play on vertigo and vastness. The chamber hangs precariously above the bottomless pit. To enter, you have to fling across the pit. In the vac-tube ride, you're placed underneath the chamber with only glass separating you from the abyss. The final move in the chamber involves walking on a light bridge over the pit and removing it to fall onto a catapult and hopefully smash into the wall. Falling down onto the grate to smash off the pieces. There's a lot of elements that re-emphasize this theme, and while I don't know if players actually experience fear of heights in this map, I had a lot of fun finding and expanding on a concept like this.
Such a cute squeal! Conley being afraid of heights just makes her feel so human. And her being afraid for the character on that jump and hearing her be worried makes her so likable. God, that scream though. Screaming is so hard to capture in VO because it just blows the levels on your mic, especially if you don't have top of the line equipment. It took quite a few takes and a bit of fiddling with the levels and a few lemon and honey teas, but it was worth it.
Don't do that again. For my sake, please. You're gonna give me a heart attack.
It is often surprising how strongly people sometimes react to a character's tone of voice. This dialogue used to be a bit more harsh towards the player. We felt like their reaction was a fitting reflection of Conley's intense second-hand fear of heights. But players consistently pointed out that this line was too mean and even noted that it makes Conley less likable, so we changed it out to be more lighthearted.
This is another remake of a beta track by Ella Ayar. This one was called Synthesis, and I kind of envision it as Conley's theme, but it's not used again after this chamber. I wish I got to play around with character themes more. The only sort of Sterling theme is in the cut Sterling and the Spire track, and it's not even the melody, it's just I relate the soft synth in that track to Sterling.
You to carry me up the elevator. We've done this before, so be ready to catch me. We're becoming quite good at this. Elevator is right through here. Quite cozy. I'm sure we can stuff ourselves in there. Never thought I'd miss the car park. We're almost out of here. That's not the surface. Is the elevator stuck?
Oh, I found you!
Who's that now?
I was quite worried where that teleporter could have left you. At least he didn't suffocate on a wall, so that's good. Tell you what, why don't you come back and join me here in the Spire? Charging up the teleporter as we speak to continue our mission you so rudely interrupted.
What mission?
Oh, who's your little sidekick? Cute. You can join us if you want.
Join you? With what?
We just want to repair the facility. I will pick up the remains of our former central core, reassemble her, and bring her back to life.
Wait, who are you talking about? Are you talking about GLaDOS? You want to bring back GLaDOS?
That's what the humans call her, yes.
Whoa. And that is why you gotta switch your capacitors. So that's the sort of guys you normally hang out with. Did you work with him?
This is where Sterling and Conley finally meet for the first time. It is a difficult moment to get right. We want to keep it short, but still deliver all the exposition and character interaction we needed. They need to exchange their broad goals and alignments. Realistically, these characters would never shut up. They would keep arguing for ages, and we could not come up with a natural way to end the conversation. In a movie, one character could just say, "Screw you, I'm leaving." But here something has to change in the environment to unblock the player. We thought of a few ways, but in the end just made the computer explode. It's random and ridiculous, but it also makes it kind of funny. We thought we could save time by reusing this vista, but it actually became a nightmare. We could have shared geometry using instances, but they don't allow us to make any changes in each map. We needed to make some changes, so we had to just decide when this vista was finished, so we could then copy-paste all the geometry to make the nighttime version. We then also made this vista the background map for Act 4, and built a post-game variant with a sunset. This means that the geometry had to be replicated in 4 maps. If any changes were made, they had to be added to all 4 maps. We still liked the effect of revisiting the same area, now with a different context. So it was worth it, but definitely not a time saver.
Oh, I shouldn't have looked. Oh, solid ground at last. Put me on the rail over there. I'll open the door for you. Right, so you're the one who activated the spire. I should have seen that coming. Is he really trying to bring back GLaDOS? He's right about one thing, though. The facility is already barely holding together, and that won't change unless we put someone in charge of the central core. But why her? Why doesn't he just take the crown for himself?
These new cubes are a cut element from Portal 2 that was originally intended to ship with the Puzzle Maker DLC. After receiving the source code for Portal 2, we found this fully implemented but inaccessible cube variant called the Schrödinger's Cube. We don't know why Valve never shipped it, and through testing found it to be a fascinating element. A pair of linked cubes. Laser enters one, comes out the other. One gets fizzled, both get fizzled. One gets painted, both get painted. 2 individual objects acting as one. It's a concept that we haven't really seen before in Portal, so we were excited to include it in Portal Revolution. But because Valve never finished this element, we had to design its visual and sound design from scratch.
I also did the sound effect work on the quantum cubes. I made it sound like they're almost alive or powered by some sort of cosmic thing. I believe one of them even has like this white noise phasing in and out, which gives off this breathing effect.
I don't blame you for helping him. You didn't see what she did. I mean, neither did I, but the records are disturbing. Took her less than a second to seal the fate of every human in the enrichment center. I'll never understand why we gave her that neurotoxin.
The blue particle effects seen on the cube are inspired by high-powered electric arcs. Their fast flickering and erratic movement show that this cube uses some dangerous energetic tech that you shouldn't mess with. The ring arcs all center around some form of singularity to convey that the cube behaves like a portal, sucking in the laser. Perhaps this is the same tech used on the portal gun? The look was also a result of some technical limitations. The particles spawned from a particle system don't move if the cube moves, so all particles spawned from this cube need a very short lifespan, else they would leave a trail behind the cube. This could be a cool effect, but not what we wanted. You can still see the particles lag a bit behind the cube as you move it, but it's subtle enough and we think it adds to the effect.
I just wish I could go back, you know, and amend both mistakes.
For what little music there is in this chapter, I stuck with the idea of it sounding defeated. For this specific track, I wanted it to convey the feeling of some impending confrontation as you march your way to the spire.
We might not see each other in the next test chamber. Whatever he says or has already said to you, we can not allow GLaDOS to return.
Oh, is your little friend not gonna join us? Oh well, this only regards you anyways. I just want to say thank you for bringing us this far. Really, I mean it. No one else could have pressed that button as well as you.
This chamber is another case where adding a hole saved the day. Earlier versions of this puzzle featured an unintended solution that was surprisingly hard to get rid of. After some trial and error, adding a little pit here to the laser catcher solved the issue completely.
For this track, I wanted to convey Sterling and Kate's feelings of apprehension during this moment. And the title of it, Familiarity, is based on a line of dialogue from Sterling at the beginning of the next chamber, where he says he recognizes Conley's voice.
Before you say anything, I am going to accept your implicit apology for breaking the teleporter. Your portal device really caused a lot of havoc there. Don't worry, I'm not gonna add the repairs to your list. I already got that covered. Hey, I've got a question. Your new little blue friend, who is she? The voice seems familiar. Alright, you can't respond. Maybe you can introduce me to her when you come back.
Nighttime Overgrown was really difficult to build. Realistically, it should be much, much darker. But we didn't want to rely on artificial lights, so we went into a more fantastical direction with the lighting. It's more important to look pleasing than to be entirely realistic. We also reused a bunch of after hours tricks to improve the visibility for gameplay. One of our biggest regrets is that we didn't build more Schrödinger's cube puzzles. It feels like you only just got introduced to them and then the game is over. Players say the same thing. We still like the puzzles we build and think it's better when players yearn for more than to be exhausted by excessive length. But I still hope to revisit this mechanic someday.
I'm still charging up the teleporter. Your little accident used up all the teleportation juice. It's an actual liquid, by the way. Had to scramble together every last drop of gel from the bottom layers of the enrichment center to mix some new fluid.
Finally found you again. I've got some news. He wants to use the unstable Spire teleporter to put together GLaDOS, right? If we can go into the control room and cut power from the core, we have a real chance of preventing a catastrophic meltdown.
The final puzzle. We wanted a final test chamber of the mod to bring together all the custom chamber elements of the game. Schrödinger's cubes, vacuum tubes and cleansing fields. Putting them all into one chamber wasn't easy. Vacuum tubes interact with gels, but gel and cube interactions are one of the hardest to design for. Blue gel can disable cubes from sitting still on surfaces, but the constant bounciness is difficult to rectify. We don't want cubes to accidentally bounce into the vacuum tube. Cleansing fields could interact with that nicely. However, we didn't want this puzzle to be centered around gels, so we ended up not leaning into the cube painting mechanic as a required part of the test. Vacuum tubes are huge and bulky. Originally, this tube bent only 90 degrees in an L shape, which made the chamber a giant square with all elements stuffed into one corner. Giant square rooms don't play well with lasers either, since everything is accessible from everywhere. Weirdly shaped rooms with many nooks and crannies usually work better for lasers. After some fiddling, we just bent the tube 90 degrees further and landed at this design where the room is divided in two.
Let's meet after this elevator. I'll prepare an escape route for you that will take us straight to the spire. Meet you there.
The slow opening floor was another happy accident. When I first built this room, I set the floor speed to a comically slow amount, even slower than it is now. At first I thought the map bugged out because I couldn't see any movement at all. It was pretty funny, so we leaned into it and recorded some voiceover for Sterling to reflect my initial reaction.
So, I have decided. You betrayed me. Twice. I have given you enough chances. Something tells me that your new little friend managed to turn you against me, so I'm just going to kill you. Now, before you become any sort of threat. Again, thank you for your help. You served us well. Now you might be thinking, but Sterling, my dear, how am I going to die? And the answer will be very simple. I will use this teleporter, the very one which you activated, to teleport you someplace which will lead to your immediate demise. Now I realize I didn't quite answer the question, but that's because I will let you decide. I have a few options here. Quite gracious of me, isn't it? Letting you choose. Kinda makes the death voluntary, doesn't it? Like a suicide.
Hello?
Okay, so here are the options. Option 1, suffocation by solid rock. You will be teleported into a rock, fully surrounded with no way of moving or escaping. I'll have to see if the air inside you gets teleported along, because if not, even your insides will be rock, which feels very gruesome. So, starting off with a very gruesome one, which might not be the most painless option, but we have 2 more coming right up.
Is he ever going to shut up?
Option 2, starvation and or dehydration by outer space planet. With this one, I will teleport you outside our galaxy to some habitable planet with proper atmosphere, temperature, ozone layer, all that stuff that you humans love so much. You'll have time to explore foreign planets, but will eventually die from starvation. Even if you manage to survive, you'll be far enough away from me to not be a problem. Quite an honorary death, I think. First person to visit a planet in a different galaxy. It's also the only option which doesn't kill you instantly, so if you want some time to rethink your mistakes, I picked this one.
If you're gonna do it, just...
Now the third option is a bit of a combination between the two, at least thematically. Option 3, instant death by singularity. This one seems quite straightforward. I teleport you near the event horizon of a black hole. Gotta be honest, this is the most interesting option by far in my opinion. I always wanted to explore the possibilities of using a black hole as a landfill. Even pitched it. They told me to clean the toilets instead. Can't tell you how painful that one's gonna be though. Those things are on the limit of our understanding. So, what do you say? I'm going to give you 10 seconds to think.
If you're gonna give up...
23, 24,
It's like right there, just go around.
So jump once for 1, twice for 2, and... Okay, forget it. I lied all along. The teleporter is not fully charged. I'm just gonna use the shredders under this floor. Goodbye! Oh, you've gotta be kidding me. That's underwhelming. Do you mind if you could just jump in? Didn't think it would take this long. No. Don't do that. Where are you going?
This section is so fun. It's wild how many people miss Sterling's tirade here just out of sheer panic. I'm sure you've connected the dots, but this long monologue is a nod to the part where he kills you in Portal 2. Will and I were recording a lot of these last levels on the same days, and so we had a lot of chances to bounce off each other in real time. Conley's whispered asides here were fully improvised after I'd listened to Will do his full monologue. I just left the recording going and I just kept talking. Half of what I said did not make the cut. Often when you're recording stuff like this, you don't know how a joke will land, but everybody laughed at, is he ever going to shut up? So we kept it.
Wait, did he say his name was Sterling?
Hey, come back! I can't see you!
I built a vacuum cleaner once. Called the little guy Sterling. Huh.
Where do you think you're going?
I don't remember exactly how the idea for Sterling to be Conley's vacuum cleaner came to be. It seemed to naturally form in a bunch of people's heads in the team at once. One inspiration for me was the episode Zima Blue of Love, Death and Robots. The game was also built while large language models like GPT-3 just came to be, which got me to think about elements like rogue AI and AI safety in the context of this story. What happens if you program a robot to clean up? How will it interpret clean up? The idea is that this vacuum cleaner was just told, clean up my mess, and was then upgraded and promoted more and more over time. Then when GLaDOS exploded and he couldn't fulfill his tasks anymore, he found new ways of achieving his goal. All that matters to him is the upkeep of Aperture, so he has to reactivate GLaDOS to do so. You don't really matter to him anymore. You've done your job well enough, but now you have turned against him, so he has to stop you. He's not a psychopathic robot who just kills you for fun, it's in self-defense. Many players remark that this twist happens too abruptly, and I see what they mean. His lines towards you throughout the chapter were intended to come across as much more sarcastic and passive-aggressive, but most players seem to interpret them as genuine. It just doesn't come across how we intended.
Stefan says he doesn't remember when we decided to make Sterling a vacuum cleaner. I remember the exact conversation. It was just such a hilariously stupid suggestion that somehow made all these pieces fall into place. It just belittles his character while simultaneously being very in line with him. I love it. Obviously, people had a lot of questions about it. Players want to know if we're implying that Aperture Science created the Roomba robot vacuum. And I think it's very clear that, Yep. Oh, sorry, I'll be right there. Okay, I'm sorry, I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Ta-da! Spire. Think you can jump that gap?
When we came up with the vacuum cleaner story, we didn't immediately think to connect him to Conley as well. I was hesitant at first, since a change like this fundamentally changes the relationship between those two characters, so it has to be carefully thought out. But other team members pressed on, so we thought about how we could make it work. And it ended up being such a perfect fit. Conley is an AI researcher, so it's natural that one of his side projects involved a vacuum cleaner. We see her as an imaginative tinkerer who builds up a bunch of silly robots to keep her company, which is pretty fitting for Aperture. She's also a massive overperformer and 10x software engineer, who is probably majorly responsible for all the AI in Aperture like the turrets and GLaDOS. So adding a vacuum cleaner to that list felt natural and allows us to make this final encounter much more meaningful. Sterling has never killed anyone before and doesn't really know how to do it. If possible, he would also like to avoid a mess. His want to kill comes a bit out of nowhere, which is intended to emphasize that he's just petty and doesn't know what he's doing. Like a child who screams "I will kill you" when somebody upsets it. He just repeats what he heard somewhere else and doesn't really think about what it actually means. We delve into his petty nature later in the finale. We didn't want players to re-enter the spire through the bridge. It felt too straightforward and repetitive. We wanted players to feel like they're breaking in under Sterling's nose, and didn't just go in the front door. We then had the idea to jump up through the incinerator shaft, which you have previously used to euthanize your faithful companion cube. This has some nice thematic elements, and adds more modes of traversal that is only possible with the portal gun.
Hey, over here! Come and grab me. No rails in the chamber. You ready for this?
Welcome, ladies. Welcome to your demise. Let's get the preamble and get to it. Any last words?
Yeah, I have some. Is it possible that you were once a vacuum cleaner?
How do you know that?
I can't believe it! Oh, they grow up so fast! It's not polite to murder your mother!
You're my... But how's that possible? I was created by a human!
Oh, I can't believe my Roomba is trying to kill us.
Yes, about that. The spire is still charging. Just give me a minute. I'll murder you as soon as possible. Don't have any other deadly weapons here, sadly. Could have just jumped into my pit, you know. No need to wait.
Conley is mocking Sterling quite a bit in this fight. Since she is human and an AI researcher who programmed Sterling, she knows exactly how AI like this works. She sees him as a program at worst and as a pet at best. Some players remark that she acts like a dick here. But how would you react if ChatGPT would threaten to kill you? Would you take it seriously? Of course not. You might play along just for the giggles, but you wouldn't be afraid of your life. Here he is actually capable of killing you, so some urgency is reasonable, but Conley has been so desensitized by Aperture's shenanigans, and just has too much fun playing with her little language model. Sure, she doesn't want to kill him, but she isn't going to cry when her vacuum cleaner expresses motherly feelings for her. Finally, Sterling and Conley meet without any interruptions. We already hinted at the vacuum cleaner story in the previous map, so we can skip the dialogue forward in this map and just need confirmation from Sterling. This was done to speed up the dialogue in this map, which features the most talking out of any map. You can disable the timer by listening to the commentary note behind me. It will still be visible, but it will no longer kill you, so you can take your time to listen to all of the notes. The timer will no longer kill you. Have fun!
What did you even think by coming here? Thought you could just press a button to stop me?
You mean this button?
What button?
Big and red, right in front of us.
That's not a button. Ignore it. Don't look at it.
What happens if we press it?
Nothing. Don't press the button. It's really boring, believe me.
I say we press it.
Don't press it!
All right. Before we press any buttons, can you put me on this claw in the corner? I have an idea. Good. Now that your hands are free, I say we give that button a little push while I explore this magnificent vent.
I'm warning you. This button can only be pressed by authorized employees. I fired you, remember? If you press this, you're forcing me to call security. Go away from the button!
In Portal 2, chairs are usually static, but for Portal Revolution we wanted to make them physical again, just because it's fun. One exception was the map where you first enter the Spire control room. If players had the freedom to move chairs where they wanted, their positions wouldn't be consistent when they come back, so at first we made them static just for that reason. Later we got the idea of making the first control room messy and the second one here tidy, to imply that Sterling has tidied the mess and repositioned all the chairs. We leaned into it further by adding some boxes that were knocked open in the first map, which appear nicely stacked after Sterling cleaned it.
Will, Stefan and I all live in truly the worst possible time zones for us to get together in a call. Our VO recording sessions were all over online voice chat so we could get live direction from Stefan. One-on-one sessions were doable, but for the finale, we wanted all three of us present in a call. Somebody had to take the fall and be up at 4 AM so we could get it done. Luckily, Stefan's sleep schedule was already broken thanks to the deadline crunch, so Will and I got to sleep our normal hours.
That's one satisfying button.
I told you not to press it! That's it! Time to die! Enjoy your last moments! You'll die in 5 minutes.
The fight's on. We need to disconnect all of those pipes before the time runs out. Here, through this door.
What are you doing? Do you really think that you can stop me?
This was one of the more challenging tracks I did for this game. I tried my absolute best to make it sound like a sort of mix between the first and second game's final boss tracks, with of course my own spin on it. There are 2 leitmotifs I reuse in this track. For the first phase, it's not a leitmotif, but I do reuse a lot of the electrical sounds from the first Spire track. And I even utilize some of the same percussion samples that were used in the first Portal game.
Portal boss fights are really hard to design. Portal is a puzzle game where you can play at your own pace. Traditionally, Portal games all feature some timed boss fight at the end. Portal 1 and 2s are far too simple for our taste. We wanted something longer and harder. A lot of Portal 1 mods oversteered the difficulty quite a bit, spamming dozens of rocket turrets in your face. We wanted to find a middle ground. We also wanted to use the Spire's teleportation mechanic in the fight somehow. We ended up splitting the boss fight into 3 phases to balance the length, and separated danger and puzzle into distinct areas. The puzzle area in the center builds up over time as you disconnect more and more pipes. The loop is simple: solve the puzzle to get to the next room, then clear out the turrets and press the button. Rinse and repeat. We liked the idea that players would redo the same puzzle a few times, getting faster and better every time. During the last phase, you already know the puzzle and feel like a badass as you speed to the exit.
Whoa! This is wobblier than I thought. Find a way to get to this control room. Maybe this test chamber can help.
You look ridiculous.
Seems about adequate considering I'm fighting my own vacuum cleaner. Good. Now, inside. Come on, hurry.
What do you expect to find in there?
Conley's claw came together as a jokey idea that ended up solving a lot of problems. We didn't know how Conley would be involved in the fight at the time. Putting her in a hanging claw felt way too silly at first, but we prototyped it and immediately loved it. We knew our characters were too goofy for the fight to be serious and tragic, so we decided to make it silly instead. With her in the claw, she can now direct players to the next goal. Her flashlight also casts really cool dramatic shadows as she swings around. The fight also feels much more personal, and like you're fighting with her. You both in this fight together. We didn't have time to establish where Sterling is in this fight, so he ended up just being a voice in the sky, but this also helps to make him feel more distant and omnipotent, which helps to further antagonize him.
Think these chairs are gonna save you?
No, but the button might. What would we use the chairs for?
I mean, I can ask you the same about the buttons. Seem a little bit obsessed with those.
Please put me down.
The colors of the control rooms go white, orange, blue, red. All important colors in Portal. The orange and blue also match the progression of Portal Revolution's chapters. The first half features many warm tones, and the second a lot of cold ones. The final room is red, which resembles danger and finality, and the Portal Revolution brand colors.
For the second phase, I used Dies Irae and the leitmotif of the spire. I always wanted the spire's theme to sound like some kind of weird buzzer alarm, which is why the main synth is all distorted and the melody is often echoed. I noticed a lot of people say the beginning of this phase sounds like the Portal parody of that one Nightmare Before Christmas track, Making Christmas, which is technically correct, since we all use the Dies Irae motif in our music.
Yes! We're halfway there. 2 more stations to go.
I should have never taught you how to push buttons.
Oh, nice! That slowed the charge as well. Bought us some time. Come on out. 2 more stages to go. Next control room is this way. Think you can get over somehow?
No, you can't. Just give up trying.
Nah, there's gotta be a way.
You know what? Yes. I want to see you try. Come on, fall down that pit.
Oh god, why did you have to remind me? We're so high up.
So, here you are. You're just back now? Where have you been?
What are you talking about?
I didn't see you again after you upgraded my chassis. We used to do everything together.
Do everything together? You were a vacuum cleaner. You cleaned up for us. Don't even ask me why we gave you consciousness.
You didn't even say goodbye.
Are you having abandonment issues right now? Is that seriously what's happening? I built a vacuum cleaner with abandonment issues.
Sterling's abandonment issues were added to give players some sympathy towards Sterling as they are fighting him. Portal Revolution's characters aren't pure evil or good. Both of their goals are reasonable, they're just
He's
in conflict.
in quite
You
the
can see why
murderous
Sterling
mood
would
today.
want to bring Gladys back, and why Conley wants to stop him. Conley doesn't take Sterling seriously at all, which causes a lot of players to feel sorry for him. We don't want Conley to be unsympathetic though, so wrote Sterling's dialogue to be much meaner in comparison, and deserving of retaliation. He isn't acting rationally, but emotionally. He's just trying to do his job, but now his human companion and his long-lost mom team up to defeat him.
For the third phase, I reused the leitmotif from the very first chamber where you press a button and receive the portal gun. I wanted it to sound like the last hurrah, but also you still need to hurry because you're going to explode or whatever in like 5 minutes. This same leitmotif is heard in the revealed trailer, but it feels more happy and upbeat instead of like intense and like, oh, we need to hurry.
Almost done. 1 more to go. The last control room is right here. Come on, you can do this.
No, you can't. Remember that brain damage test we did, where you had to push a button? Turns out I was wrong. You must have brain damage. Why else would you do this to me?
Ah, don't listen to him. Can't have slept for that long, right? Right? Oh, maybe that's why you don't talk.
That explains a lot. Oh, a red button. I have to press it because I'm just so brain dead that I need to stimulate my soggy brain with satisfying click sounds and tactile feedback. That's you, by the way, in case you didn't get it.
Oh, I got it. Don't worry.
I'm not talking to you.
button pusher is your arch nemesis. No offense to you, test subject. Just the reality of the situation.
I'm not even gonna respond to that.
I mean, she's the only one of us who can press buttons. I don't have hands either. Wouldn't underestimate someone with arms.
The whole boss section was so much fun to record. It was one of the only times me, Sarah, and Stefan were just all online together recording, which is really difficult when you're in 3 different time zones, and even more difficult when one of those time zones is in Australia. But it turned out great. You can hear me and Sarah just reacting to each other in real time. I mean, the section's got everything you could want. It's got flying robots, killer robots, emotional backstory, confrontation, and Conley laughing at my misery. It was also one of the last things I recorded, which after a couple of years of doing this on and off was just such a great way to just bring this home. I loved working on this.
Well, this is the final button. It ends how it began. Thank you so much for playing Portal Revolution. The day this commentary goes live marks the 1-year anniversary of Portal Revolution's release, and it's been a wild ride. This is the first game I released, and the same is true for most of the team. This project has followed me throughout my entire teenage years and early adulthood. I listened to developer commentary of Valve's games and other mods so many times throughout development, and was super excited to make my own, but for some reason it took me over a year to finally ship it. The note behind me goes into this further. So after release, I fell into a pretty bad post-release depression. This game has followed me for so long, and working on it was a comfort when real life got tough. But now it's out there and no longer mine to control. I put so much of myself into this, and it was incredibly scary to release it. So what's next? That's a question everybody asked us. What's next? On one hand, my team and I were super burned out from modding after release. I already worked on this mod for 8 years, and while everyone is asking for a sequel, it seemed like a daunting task. I also had no ideas for what a sequel would look like. The ending is open for expansion, but we didn't create it with a sequel in mind. On the other hand, we're the topper for our game. We have proven that we can do it and are better at modding than we have ever been. So what's next? We'll see. Thank you for playing Portal Revolution.
Yes!
And I hope I will
Yes,
see you
you did
in our
it.
next adventure.
Shattered my dreams of rebuilding my home. Are you happy now? Proud of yourself?
Look, we also want the best for Aperture, but we can't do that by reactivating GLaDOS. It's not right! You know what she did!
What's going on?
Oh my...
No!
Hi. Hello. I don't think you ever told me your name, did you? Look, I'm recording this on the off chance that you actually survive. You were badly wounded in the eruption. I tried what I could, but I've never seen anything like it. I'm a neuroscientist, alright? My expertise starts and ends at brains, not bodies. Look, the best I can do right now is to put you in stasis. It might help you heal, but yeah, it's not looking good. I'm sorry, okay? I don't know what to do now. The spy is broken, so we're just stuck on the moon. I guess this is goodbye. For now. Just for now. Take care.